This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Tuesday announced her intention to run for the U.S. Senate. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman says her choice to run for one of the state's 2 U.S. Senate seats sprang from calculations about doing the most good for Wyoming.
Scuttlebutt surrounding her office from late January till now was she's viable for governor. We saw polls to that end. We've heard speculation from that end. So a lot of people were watching to see if she would do that, if she would take on the at-home trail boss seat. So it actually surprised a lot of people Tuesday morning when she was like, I'm running for the Senate. But when I asked her about it, she said, look, a lot of the bad that's plagued Wyoming over the last couple decades has come out of Washington, D.C.
In her media release, Hageman pointed to her 2 terms in the House, her service on the House Judiciary and Natural Resources Committees, her prior career as an attorney, and her experience with the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act, and putting Wyoming first. Sticking with politics as we enter 2026 and the midterm elections, Wyoming Education Chief Megan Degenfelder on Tuesday said she is strongly considering a run for governor, while other political figures are thinking about higher office as well. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that while Degenfelder hasn't committed, there are candidates who are campaigning to be the next governor of Wyoming.
It could be a toe in the water to see what kind of backing, what kind of support, what kind of constituent feedback you can get with a maneuver like that. Often when we see someone say that, it ends with a run of some kind. Senator Eric Barlow declared earlier this year and has been consistently campaigning and has raised $500,000. And then Brent Bien, who's beloved in multiple corners of the state. And then from there, it gets a little more interpretive. Reed Reisner had set up a governor's finance account for that office, but has not declared a run for that office.
With 5 statewide elected seats up for election in 2026, as well as 2 congressional seats, with both incumbents departing, Wyoming is in for a shakeup this coming election season. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at caspermedicalimaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 Cheyenne teens facing attempted first-degree murder charges in a failed plot discussed their plans in a profanity-laced audio recording, police say. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that according to court documents, one suspect is recorded saying, "I'ma kill him."
3 people in a Subaru went to this house. 2 were teens, 2 were 16 and 17-year-olds, and 1 was an 18-year-old. The youngest of the suspects got out of the car. One of them shot into a Kia that was parked, and then they took off.
The 2 teens haven't been identified because they are juveniles, but a third suspect, who isn't heard in the recording, is an 18-year-old named Michael DeHara of Cheyenne. DeHara has been charged with the lesser crime of possession of a weapon with the intent to commit a felony. Wyoming oil and gas operators are cheering a Bureau of Land Management announcement to delay a Biden-era 1,400% hike on bonding costs. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the huge increase threatens to shutter small oil and gas producers across the state.
When an oil and gas producer goes out and drills a well on public land, they've got to put up a bond that basically protects the public from getting stuck with some cleanup bill down the road. There's long been a back and forth about how much that bond should be. Under the Biden administration, they really drastically increased it. And from their point of view, the increase was necessary because there were these big cleanup bills for abandoned or orphaned oil production. Trump administration came in and really listened to the oil and gas producers who said, look, this is just overly burdensome.
The direct final rule delays enforcement of Biden-era regulations that would have increased bonding costs by over 1,000%, while the Trump administration works toward permanent solutions. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Merry Christmas. Well, happy Christmas Eve. Hey. Show 3. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. Merry Christmas Eve. My name's Jeff. Hanging out. Filling in for Jake this morning. Jake's on vacation. Hopefully he's made it to Minnesota. The guy's like the Terminator or like RoboCop or something. I don't know if he ever sleeps. He's still behind the scenes with us this morning, but appreciate Jake on everything he does for cowboystatedaily.com. But the guy needs a couple days off because it's Christmas. So I am here. Yes, give me a call, 307-620-8866. I love talking to you. Good morning, Wyoming. Good morning, Wyoming and the world. Yes. I am in Sheridan, Wyoming, wherever you may be, however you may be listening to the show. If you're listening to us on YouTube, if you're on cowboystatedaily.com, if you're on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you may be listening to us this morning, I appreciate you tuning in. I was trying to get my camera. I can't really get my other camera where I like it this morning. I'll keep moving it around. If you've watched the other times I've filled in, I like to move around my man cave and move my camera around my man cave. But yeah, I just can't get a good shot of it this morning. I don't know what it is. Are you ready for Christmas? That's the big question this morning. You always get down to crunch time and you're like, did I get enough gifts for everybody? Last night I thought, well, I haven't bought gifts for, half my other family right now, but I'll get there. It's Christmas Eve. You always get the people that just go and shop on Christmas Eve. They wait till the very end. I can't do that. I don't know. I don't like that main camera at all. So maybe we'll just stick with the front-facing one for now. We've got a jam-packed 4 hours for you. It's just me for the first hour and a half. So if you want to give me a call, please do so. 307-620-8866. Let's make sure I got my phone up. Yes, I've got my phone up. Hopefully it rings. Well, let me try giving it a test call here. Just so I can make sure that it'll ring when I'm calling. Or it'll ring so I can pick up your calls. 620-8866. Here, I'm calling it right now. Oh. Jeff Rickett. Oh, there it goes. But I don't hear it calling. Why can't I get my browser to tell me it's ringing? Go to the top right, click Settings. On the left, click Calls. Under My Devices, turn on Web. Okay. How do I figure that out? Let's see here. Top right, click Settings. Well, I don't know where that's at. The top right, click Settings. Okay, there's Settings. Web. There it is, but it's not telling me anything. And I lost my settings. Okay. Well, we'll see here. Maybe it might work. When we tested it with Jake the other day, it worked. Let's see here. Oh, I have one unread message. Jeff Rickett. Oh, there it goes. Now it's working. Okay, there we go. We're getting somewhere. So now you can call me. Now it's working. For now. So if you want to call me, you better do it now. 307-620-8866. What do you got going on for Christmas? Today, we've got Don Day coming on at 7:20. Mac Watson at 7:25 to talk about the big Harriet Hagman news. Big announcement yesterday. We'll be going over that this morning. You just heard it in our news rundown. Andrew Rossi at 7:45. Claire McFarland at 8:05. Marcy Lane, the Chevrolet Lady Bronx wrestling coach, is coming on the show. And she's a beast. I didn't realize how much of a beast Marcy was until I was researching her this week, and I was like, holy cow, she's former Olympian, national champ, 2013 Women's Wrestler of the Year. She's going to be on the show. She's going to be in the studio here. She's going to be sitting next to me. She's going to be the first in-studio guest that I've had. Jared Petrino possibly at 8:45, and then Dave Hubner from the Two Tracks is coming on at 9:30. They just got done recording their 5th studio album in Nashville. So we'll chat with Dave coming up at 9:30. They got a big show coming up in Sheridan at the end of January. So, yeah. Well, it's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I filled in for him on Thanksgiving. And ever since Thanksgiving, I talked about it on Thanksgiving, how my dryer was giving me fits. Well, my dryer stopped working again a couple days after the Thanksgiving show. I think at Thanksgiving, I'd went through 2 or 3 heating elements, 3 or 4 thermostats at that time. I've went through it all with this stinking dryer. So it's just been a constant dilemma and a constant drama ever since Thanksgiving. Even before Thanksgiving, I was working on the dryer. But since Thanksgiving, it died on me. They don't make things like they used to. So I checked everything again. I kept changing out the little thermostat that it's like a 2-pronger thermostat. There's a heating element that has a thermostat on that, and then there's another like thermostat that's just like a 2-prong thing in your dryer. So there's like 3 components that could go wrong with your dryer. It's like the same 3 things all the time. I've gotten very familiar with those 3 things. So it kept dying like every 4 days. And I was like, what is going on? I ordered 3 of the thermostats with just the 2-prongers. I had to replace them 3 times within like a week. So I was like, okay, what is going on here? Something is going on here. So I watched a couple more videos on YouTube, and I found out that, oh, well, maybe, where you take the lint trap out, you got to clean that out. And I was like, yeah, that's probably all right. So I take the screws out on that. I'm jimmying with it. I can't get it completely out of the dryer. I'm like, how do I get this damn thing out? So instead of being able to pull it out, I'm like grabbing the vacuum and I'm sucking out all the crap, trying to get it out. And then all of a sudden, the part comes out so I could get it out. Once it comes out, boom, a pile of lint, dust, debris, crap, whatever, dog hair, whatever, comes flying out of my dryer. And I mean, it's like a pile. And I'm like, okay, well, hey, there's the problem. There's why it keeps overheating and my thermostat keeps popping, because I have too much crap in my dryer. So I clean all that out. So I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm like, okay, it's going to start working now. Put a new one of those little thermostat controls in, put it in. It works great for like a week, stops working again. I'm like, what's going on here? I just changed it. I just cleaned it out. Thought I had it. I cleaned out the lint trap from, the wall to the outside. That was cleaned like a year ago by Captain Clean. I've messed with it. I'm like, it's not that dirty. So I'm like, why are we still having problems here? Why are we having issues here? So I order everything. I order a new heating element, order a new thermostat, I order another two-prong thermostat. I order every part that it's going to take to replace to get this damn dryer to work. So I get them all in this week, and I replace everything again, clean it all out again, take out the dryer lint thing, vacuum all that out, fix everything again, replace everything. And as I'm looking at everything, the wire that is into the thermostat onto the heating element is like burnt, and it's like frayed and nasty. It looks like it almost caught on fire in the last couple weeks when I've been drying. So I'm like, okay, that's not good. I need to fix that. So I go get my snippers. I clip that wire, fray it out, clean it up, trim it up, and I put a new clamp on it. And as I try and put it back together, the clamp that I put on it was too damn small. So I'm like, oh, great. So I have to go back, get the clamp that was on the original wire, take it apart, and put it on the new wire, or on the trimmed up wire. So I get that to work, and I'm like, well, that's not very good. It's not the greatest, because I'm not an electrician at all. Anything that comes with electricity, I do not like to mess with, because I'm afraid I'm going to electrocute myself. So I get all that cleaned up, put it all back together. Boom, the dryer's working again, miraculously. Somehow everything works. I changed out the heating element, the thermostat on the heating element, some other little plug that's above the heating element, changed it out. I've changed everything out. The dryer is working. I turn it on. I'm like, man, it still seems like it's getting kind of hot. So I tell my wife that. I'm like, I don't know. I fixed the wire, but I don't know if I fixed that well enough. It still seems like it could be a possible fire hazard. This was on Saturday. I had to go ref some basketball games. I go out to Tongue River, ref some games. She texts me, and she's like, well, I went to Home Depot. They have 3 dryers in stock. Should I buy one? I'm like, well, the dryer's working great. I just replaced everything on it. It should be working fine. She's like, well, there's 3 in stock. I can buy one, and we can have one. We don't have to worry about it. So I'm like, okay, well, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. I can go pick it up tomorrow. I'll be done reffing tonight. I'm not going to do it tonight. We had another dinner on Saturday night. I'm like, I'm not going to do it tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll go pick it up tomorrow. So she texts me, okay, I bought one. So she buys a dryer. Go get it on Sunday. It's sitting in my laundry room right now, but the old dryer has been working like a champ. Yeah, it's working great now. Go figure. You know, after all the work, after, I don't know, probably seven of the little heating elements, 2 or 3 different thermostats next to the heating element. I probably went through 4 or 5 heating elements in the last 5 or 10 years. But the old dryer is working like a champ. So it's been like, 4 or 5 days now. What's today? Wednesday. So it's been 4 days. The old dryer is working great. And I have a new dryer sitting right next to it, waiting to replace it. But now my wife's just mad because the old dryer is working great. And we have a new dryer. She's like, well, what are we going to do now? Are we going to sell the old dryer? I was like, well, hey, it's an option. Because it's working fine now. I fixed it. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I said, well, given the track record that it usually, takes a crap after 4 or 5 weeks or a month or 3 weeks or whatever. I said, just give it a couple of weeks and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. I don't know. It's just, it's annoying. It's very annoying. Whatever. And then over the weekend, when I was fixing my dryer, my dog crate, I have a St. Bernard and I have a Yorkie. I have a Yorkshire Terrier. So I have one huge dog and I have one small dog. I have a 125-pound dog and I have a 10-pound dog. The 10-pound dog thinks that he's 125 pounds. The 125-pound dog thinks he's a 10-pound dog. But when I was sitting there fixing the dryer, I was like, something smells like dog puke. And my St. Bernard had puked on her bedding. So I cleaned her bedding on Sunday with my towels from my shower. Because, it's all hot. It's all white. So I washed them all together. That was not a smart thing to do. Because yesterday when I got out of the shower, I'm drying myself off and I get to like the corner of my towel and it smells like dog puke. I was like drying myself off and all of a sudden I was like, ugh, this thing smells like dog puke with the dog mat. That's for sure. So that's been my last couple of weeks since Thanksgiving. Let's take a break. We got a jam-packed show coming up. Give me a call, 307-620-8866.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
.626 on your Christmas Eve. Happy Christmas Eve. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this morning. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you at? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Jake, hopefully our affiliates are getting this, or hopefully I'm streaming everything. My barracks light is red, which I don't think that's a good thing, probably. I don't know. I'm not Mr. Technology, but I kind of am, but not really. Not when it comes to the barracks, but my barracks box was green last show I did. Now it's red. How am I sounding out there? Can you hear me? I think I'm on the YouTube channel. Let's see here if I click on here. See if I'm on the air here. Let's go to live. Oh, there we go. Yes. Yes, I'm streaming, so that's a good sign. Except I don't want to hear an echo of myself in the background. That's not good. So hopefully the affiliates got the break on that one. We are streaming. We are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. We're everywhere. Also on cowboystatedaily.com. We got a jam-packed show for you today. It's just me for the first hour and a half or so. So if you want to give me a call, give me a shout, 307-620-8866. What do you think about Sheridan getting another coffee shop? 7 Brews is coming to Sheridan. Sheridan is the land of banks, liquor stores, churches, and coffee shops. It seems like nowadays. 7 Brews. Hagee Hearth, I think that's what they were called, closed recently. So we did lose one coffee shop. But how many coffee shops do we have? Let's see here. We have Java Moon. We have Java Moon Station, Starbucks, Daily Grind, Mudslingers, Bison Union, Scooters. What else am I missing? I mean, besides our local restaurants that you can get coffee at. But those are like the big coffee hubs, right? But, I mean, do we really need another coffee shop here in Sheridan? 7 Brews Coffee. I asked somebody if they've heard of 7 Brews, and they said they had and that it's pretty good. But I don't know if there's another one around here or in the States or what? Let's look it up here. 7 Brew drive-through coffees. Come for the energy, come again for the people. That's what their website says. Let's see. Okay, we gotta accept all the cookies here. Menu, brew crew. All right, let's look at their menu. Featured drinks of the month, the Holiday Punch 7 Brew Energy. So they have energy drinks, kind of like Scooters. Creme Brulee Latte. Interesting. The Pecan Pie Breve. the Candy Cane Mocha, Brew Frost 7 Fizz Soda, Santa's Cookie Mocha. Okay, so that's their featured drinks of the month. The 7 Originals, the Blondie, the Brunette, Smooth 7, Cinnamon Roll, White Chocolate Mocha, German Chocolate, and Sweet and Salty. They have 7 energy drinks, 7 fizz drinks. Let's see. The classics, teas, lemonades, smoothies, shakes, and a bunch of flavors. Interesting. Let's see. Find a 7 Brews. Let's see if we put in Sheridan, Wyoming. What's our closest one right now? Sorry, there are no locations near Sheridan, Wyoming. Well, there's one being built right now. Let's try Casper, Wyoming. Oh, there's one location near Casper. 3950 Dennis Drive in Casper. Okay, so they are around the state of Wyoming. Let's see if there's one in Billings. No, none in Billings. Cheyenne, Wyoming. There's one in Cheyenne. 1821 Del Range Boulevard. So you folks in Casper and Cheyenne, what do you think of 7 Brews? 7 Brew drive-through coffee. They are coming to Sheridan. And it's already like halfway up. It's getting there. So it won't be long before that thing's going to be open. What do people think about Scooters? I saw last night that Scooters actually sponsored the bowl game. I was like, wow. Scooters is sponsoring the bowl game, and we have one here in town. That was pretty impressive. I just saw that Pam Ward is leaving ESPN. Yesterday morning, Pam Ward announced that her 3-decade career is going to be coming to an end. After nearly 2.5 minute video package featuring salutes from WNBA legends Tamika Catchings and Rebecca Lobo, Fever coach Stephanie White, colleagues Holly Rowe, and others, that Pam Ward recently retired from ESPN after nearly 30 years with the company. Well, congratulations, Pam. She started with ESPN in 1996 as an ESPN news anchor. She was the play-by-play broadcaster for the network's women's college basketball, college softball, and WNBA games. She made history in 2000 when she became the first woman to ever call a Division I college football game when she sat behind the mic for the Bowling Green versus Toledo contest on ESPN2 on November 22nd. How things have changed in the last 25 years. The 2001 season marked her first full year calling college football after previously serving as a sideline reporter for ESPN2 broadcasts in 1996. She earned the Jake Wade Award in 2010 for the College Sports Communicators, which is presented annually to an individual who has made an outstanding contribution in the media to the field of intercollegiate athletics. Pam Ward, boy, she's retiring from ESPN. Well, way to go, Pam. She's going to be missed. If ESPN needs anyone to fill her shoes, you know where to find me, ESPN. I'm right here in Sheridan, Wyoming, behind the mic. I did play-by-play for 10 years for the Sheridan Bronx. I'm ready. Did football and basketball. I can do it all. I'm your man. Is anybody out there? 307-620-8866. What are you looking forward to for Christmas? Are you ready for Christmas? Are you going shopping today for Christmas? I think my son told my wife last night that he didn't have a gift for her yet. I was like, well, you better get on it, buddy. Which it's always Christmas Eve. It's always like that that unnerving feeling of, am I ready? Do I have enough gifts? I don't know. We'll find out. We do have an in-studio guest today, my first in-studio guest. Marcy Lane, the Shredder Lady Bronx wrestling coach. She's also a teacher here at Highland Elementary in Sheridan. We're going to be chatting with Marcy coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We have guests pretty much from 7:30 until 10 o'clock this morning. But nothing for the next hour, so please give me a call, 307-620-8866. Let's check the phone lines here, just in case I'm missing something. That was me. Somebody did send me a text, and that was November 30th. That was a while ago. Of just gibberish. I don't know what that was about, but I have 2 voice call things pulled up here. Let me make sure it's still working. Because when you call, you got to say your name. Funky Funkster. Oh, there it is. See? Then it tells me
Call from
Funky Funkster is calling me. Hey, Funky.
Hey, Funky.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's working. It's working. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. If you just joining me, if you missed me on the Thanksgiving show, this is my man cave here. I have a ton of wrestling figures because I went through the wrestling figure midlife crisis during COVID. These are wrestling figures from like the 90s, early 2000s, when I still took them out of the box. And then during COVID, I realized that I need to quit taking them out of the box and put them on my wall. John Cena, did you watch John Cena's last match last weekend? Or was that last Saturday? Or was it 2 Saturdays ago? I don't know. Undertaker, Liv Morgan, Karrion Kross. My uncle made me that Jeff Nevada plaque because I was actually born in Las Vegas. My employee of the year from when I worked at KVCI, CBS in Boise, Idaho. But yeah, so I have, a bunch of wrestling figures all over my walls. My wife put up a new picture because she didn't like my Jim Morrison Doors picture. So I have a new picture behind me, a couple of Yankee legends. If you know who they are, give me a call. Got my stack of vinyl over here. I'm going to talk about one of the vinyls that I got in the last couple of weeks. I still have like 3 things of burnt CDs. Yeah, CDs that I've recorded. I have one guy that I burnt CDs for him for years at my old job. And I have like 100 of them for him, just waiting for him. A beer kit. I have more wrestling figures over here. My wife kind of cleaned up my room for me this week because Marcy's coming into the studio. Got my superhero cape. But yeah, just a few things here in the man cave if you're watching us on any streaming service. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. It's just me and you for the first hour and a half or so of the show this morning. Are you hanging out for Christmas? Are you hitting the road? Are you on the road right now? If you are, you're probably not listening to me. I am on a few radio stations. If you could tell me what those radio stations are, that would be very helpful. I have my window open here. I just heard somebody outside. They're probably like, what is this guy doing? Who's he talking to at 6:40 in the morning? I'm doing a radio show. I'm on cowboystatedaily.com. I was listening to somebody yesterday that was doing a radio show from New York, and they were saying that New York is busier than ever right now during the holidays. So Mamdani isn't scaring them just yet. Or he was like, well, is this everyone's coming before Mamdani starts his reign, or is this just New York City during the holidays, which I think it's just New York City during the holidays. He has yet to name a school's chancellor, a health commissioner, or a transportation boss before he takes office next week. The Northeast braces for a second round of nasty weather following Christmas. What's with our weather? We're going to have Dawn Day on at 7:20, I think. Or hopefully we do, because I want to ask Dawn, what in the hell is going on with the weather? It's unreal. I mean, it's actually been pretty nice the last, couple days, but holy cow, last week and the winds have been unreal in Sheridan, Wyoming, which I can only imagine what they've been everywhere else. I saw people's fences blown down. I have a hot tub, which my cover loves to blow off. I have like 5 chairs, outdoor chairs, that are stacked together, that are on top of my hot tub cover. I have another chair on top of my hot tub cover. I have my stairs for my hot tub on top of my hot tub cover. The stairs got blown off during the winds last week, like 20 feet into my yard. I was like, those stairs weigh like 10 pounds, and the wind blew them. It was insane, the winds last week. I had to sleep downstairs in my house a couple nights because it was just so awful to sleep upstairs because the winds were so loud. It was ridiculous. So we'll talk to Dawn Day coming up around 7:20 this morning. Are you out there? Do you know how to use your phone? I know you do. It's 642 307-620-8866. Call me. My name's Jeff. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. I would love to talk to you. Who's out there this morning? Come on. Give me a call. We're like right on time. We're right on schedule this morning. We'll take a quick commercial break. I don't know about my barracks. I don't know if I should reset it, but I'm kind of worried now. This little box over here that like runs our commercials, it's red. When I did the show on Thanksgiving, it was green. It's red now.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Good morning, 6:46 on your Christmas Eve. Jeff hanging out with you, filling in for Jake. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. My niece Emma's listening. Is she in Laramie or is she in Buffalo? Or where is Emma? Where are you, Emma? She just texted me. Good morning. I'm listening. Thank you for listening. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Make sure I have everything up and running this morning. I'm hanging out in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you at? Where are you listening at this morning? I'm trying to get my other camera going here, but I just don't like the shot. She texted me again. She's in Buffalo. So, hey, thanks for getting up early. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow or here in the next couple days. Yesterday was Emma's birthday. Happy birthday, Emma. I gave her a shout out on Facebook last night. I posted a picture of her and my son in the bathtub when they were both, very little. It's the cutest damn picture. My son, I don't know what, they're playing with something. He's got some kind of like dinosaur thing on his head, and then he's got another like block in his hand, and he's looking up, and Emma's pouring water on him, or I don't know what they're doing, but they were having a great time. Kids, back when life's great. How's your holiday eating been going? It's Christmas Eve. Oh, I feel bloated right now. I was at like 201 pounds yesterday, and I just about started crying. My weight loss journey has been going on for 2 years. The day after Christmas, which I will be doing a show, I'll be filling in for Jake again. Tomorrow, you're going to get a best of show. And then I will be back on Friday, the 26th. But that will be kind of my 2 year of when I started this weight loss journey. 2 Christmases ago, I said, okay, I'm done. I'm tired of being fat. I'm tired of feeling like crap. It's time to lose some weight. So 2 years ago, I started it. And I bought a Peloton. Why? Okay. I'm looking here at my Dropbox. Why I have 2 different things up here. And I kind of started on the day after Christmas. I did a few rides, but then really January 1st of 2024 is when I really got serious. And Friday, I will go over all of my Peloton stats. They sent me my stats for this past year, and it's pretty insane. I don't know how I weigh 200 pounds. It's because I drink too much and I eat too much crap, or I really don't eat that much at all. It's just too much beer. Else I'd probably be 185. But hey, you got to enjoy life a little bit. So we'll go over all that. But how has your holiday eating been going? Because I'm lucky that I'm not 220 pounds right now. It's probably been because I'm still working out 3 to 6 times a day. Because I've went through, I think, at least 5 bags of Chex Mix, a can of Sandy's cookies. We went out on Saturday, had a big meal Saturday night. And then my daughter has been home this past week, and she has made like 5 or 6 different batches of cookies. 2 nights ago, I was in the kitchen eating these chocolate cookies. First, she told me they were gluten-free and something else to try and get me to eat them. So then I started eating them, and I was like a cookie and a half in, and she goes, "Oh, yeah, I was lying. Those cookies really weren't gluten-free or fat-free." I was like, "Oh, thanks. I just wanted you to enjoy a cookie." I was like, "Well, I guess I enjoyed a cookie or 2 or 3, but now I better go ride my Peloton for 45 more minutes." So what is your favorite holiday treat? What's it been this year? Or what is it every year? Is it the same thing every year? I love Sandy's cookies. They're like crack. And then one of our friends came by yesterday and brought us more pirate booty, which is just like sugar and butter all wrapped into one. Brought us some of these spiced pecans that are just, oh, everything is so good around the holidays. It's ridiculous. And then my wife's Secret Santa gave her these. Have you had Nerds gummy clusters? These things are ridiculous. I ate a whole bag of these like a week ago. I went and bought another bag a week ago, and I was going to save them for the show. And as you can see, it's already open. If you're watching us on YouTube or any of the streaming services, it's already open, and there's like 4 left in here because I've already ate about the whole bag. Nerds gummy clusters. These are a limited edition, limited time berry punch rush. Sweet and gummy insides. They are so good. Tangy and crunchy on the outside. It's just everything your mouth wants and more. Nerds gummy clusters. If you're a sweet, tangy fan like me, if you like sweet tarts or Nerds or any of this sugary coated crap that has red dye 9 and, you know, everything that's going to give you cancer, this is them. I love the ingredients. Corn syrup, sugar, dextrose, modified food starch, gelatin, contains 2% or less of water, malic acid, citric acid, sodium citrate, apple juice concentrate, natural and artificial flavors. I can't even pronounce that. Oh, there we go. Red 40 Lake. That'll probably kill you. Color added, Red 40, Blue 1. Manufactured in Chicago, Illinois. Hey, they're made in America. Nerds gummy clusters. Probably the worst thing for you, and I've ate a bag and a half of them in the last couple of weeks. Because my wife's Secret Santa. That's why. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Jeff hanging out with you, filling in for Jake, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jake's in Minnesota. He left after yesterday's show. I talked to him a couple days ago, getting ready for this show to make sure my My phone was all right, which I need somebody to call me to make sure it's all right. Come on. I know you're not used to calling this show, but I love taking calls. 307-620-8866. But he was saying that it was a 17-hour drive. And I was like, when are you leaving? After Tuesday's show? Yeah. And we're driving straight through. So if he left at noon yesterday, what is that? 12 hours is midnight. 7 more hours is like 7 o'clock in the morning. But he said he was going to get there before my show. So I don't know. Must have put the pedal to the metal. So we'll see. But yes, he's still behind the scenes in case I crash and burn. He can help me out here. But I've been doing pretty good. So far, so good. 307-620-8866. Hey, Facebook. I just told you that I'm in the best shape of my life. I don't need to start an exercise routine on January 1st. I don't need to be unrecognizable before Valentine's Day. Have you been are you in your 40s, in your 30s? Are you a dad? Are you a man? It seems like every other Facebook post is something about weight loss. Nope, somebody sent me something on Facebook here. See what it is. Oh, well, they said, have a wonderful day. Well, that's nice of them. Appreciate that. Thank you. The 2 Tracks posted 8 hours ago. Happy holidays. Wishing everyone light and love in the coming year. We're going to have Dave from the 2 Tracks coming up here at the 9 o'clock hour. Jake's listening right now. He just texted me. Got to Minnesota with 1 hour to spare considering the time change to Central. That's why I was like, man, he's getting there literally like right when the show starts. He got there an hour in advance because he loaded up the news for me this morning. But man, the guy doesn't sleep. I thought I was bad and didn't sleep. He's worse than me. But yeah, we should give Scott Schneider a call. That's who we should call. Maybe we'll call Scott. Ira, you out there listening? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. I wonder if Scott's listening. Let's see. Oh, that was my photo of Emma that I posted. A couple people reacted to that. I got a friend of mine, Scott Schneider, who I went to high school with. We've been friends for forever. He lives in Jackson. He's got a crazy story, which is, it's kind of a crazy tale. And I don't even know where to begin with it because the guy had some problems. He drank a lot. He had a couple of rough things go on in his life. He tried to commit suicide, but he failed. And he's still alive today. And you can't tell, but great guy. He lives in Jackson. He lives like in an old hotel, but now it's been converted to apartments. And I think the government might pay for his rent or it's, subsidies or, I don't know how, but it's like $100. I don't know. We need to call him though. Maybe we'll call him here after the break. But he goes to bed at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night and he's up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and then he drinks like 12 cups of coffee. It's crazy. We'll try and give Scott a call here. See if he's around coming up after the news at the top of the hour. See what he's doing for Christmas. But he shared my post 9 minutes ago that the show is on. So he might actually be listening out there. Scott, if you're listening, give me a call, 307-620-8866. And then we'll call him and then he won't answer because he's like, who's calling me? Oh, it's 6:59 right now. I got to hit the news at the top of the hour. I'm glad I looked. But, yeah, so we'll chat with Scott. We got Don Day coming up at 7:20. The next, 2.5 hours or 3.5 hours, or just 2.5, 3.5. How many hours do we have left of the show? Or just jam-packed? Oh, Emma says some people are talking on YouTube. If I can see that. Let's see here. Good morning, Uncle Jeff. That must be from Emma. It's a brisk 35 up here in Powell, Wyoming. Hey, thanks, T.W. Hendrickson. But, yeah, thanks for listening to the show. Oh, I already missed the news. Let's get to the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cheyenne's historic 1892 pump house is getting a reprieve from the wrecking ball. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Cheyenne City Council is replacing a resolution that set a deadline for its demolition with one that calls for restoring it to use again.
At that time, baths were not common. Water that flowed into your house was a new idea. For Cheyenne, this little upstart town, that was truly magic. And it's part of why Cheyenne earned that nickname, Magic City of the Plains, because they were doing things in Cheyenne that were practically unheard of in the West. And the pump house was all part of that magic.
Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins tells Cowboy State Daily that the pump house has the same architecture components as the Capitol and the historic train depot. Black Diamond Pool in Yellowstone National Park has been active since its massive hydrothermal explosion in July of 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the pool recently and unpredictably erupted twice in 2 days.
This most recent stretch, it erupted on December 18th and it erupted on December 20th. And based on the readings, those were both of a similar size. So we're talking about water and mud being shot 30 to 40 feet up into the air. It's not like Old Faithful where you can get a regular pattern of eruptions. They don't know exactly what's going on at Black Diamond Pool. Now, that's not unheard of for a Yellowstone thermal feature. They're always changing. The bigger question is what that'll mean to the National Park Service, because Biscuit Basin, where the pool is located, has been closed since the hydrothermal explosion.
Since Black Diamond Pool blew itself apart in July 2024, there have been 14 documented eruptions. The time between those eruptions has varied from more than 46 days to less than 2 days. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at CasperMedicalImaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Education Chief Megan Dagenfelder on Tuesday said she is strongly considering a run for governor, while other political figures are thinking about higher office as well. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that while Dagenfelder hasn't committed, there are candidates who are campaigning to be the next governor of Wyoming.
It could be a toe in the water to see what kind of backing, what kind of support, what kind of constituent feedback you can get with a maneuver like that. Often when we see someone say that, it ends with a run of some kind. Senator Eric Barlow declared earlier this year and has been consistently campaigning and has raised $500,000. And then Brent Bien, who's beloved in multiple corners of the state. And then from there, it gets a little more interpretive. Reed Reisner had set up a governor's finance account for that office, but has not declared a run for that office. And at this juncture, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who's political in a lot of his public messaging, remains a mystery as to just which office he's seeking.
With 5 statewide elected seats up for election in 2026, as well as 2 congressional seats, with both incumbents departing, Wyoming is in for a shakeup this coming election season. It was Christmas Eve in 1888 when a father and his 2 young sons brought gifts to their neighbors, an infamous group of nefarious characters out in Salt Creek Canyon in the Wyoming Territory. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the family were almost shot before making friends with the notorious gang.
It was the Buck Hanby gang who had fled as murderers from Kansas. Now, the local people had described them in the newspaper as long-haired, wild and woolly-looking individuals, and into this dugout walked a father and his two sons with one purpose, to wish these men, these desperados, a very Merry Christmas. They were greeted not with open arms, but by the barrel of a gun, and at the very end, they walked to their horses and gave them a gift of donuts and cookies from Ma back in home.
The gang had built a half dugout 16 by 20 feet wide on their homestead on the east side of Salt Creek Canyon and south of Red Butte near what is now Newcastle, Wyoming. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Oh, 7:06 on your Wednesday, Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Jeff hanging out with you here in Sheridan, Wyoming, filling in for Jake this morning. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's another J. It's Jeff instead of Jake. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Be the first to call. Maybe we'll send you something, or I don't know. What do I need to do to get you to call into the damn show? Come on, 307-620-8866. Chunk's hanging out with us in the studio here. Let's see here. Let's go to our other camera here. Chunk. He's like, the window's open. I'm not looking at you. Oh, there he is. What's up, big guy? How you doing? It's my gray cat. He's cute and vicious at the same time. Oh, now he's coming over here. What are you doing, big guy? Huh? You gonna come bite me? Oh, you gonna be nice for a second? Just count to like 10, and he'll turn evil here. Oh, he's licking my hand. Well, he's being nice to me. Maybe he knows. He's on YouTube right now. What are you doing? Huh? He's like, I'm looking outside, ready to pounce on anything that might come my way. Oh, now he's going to go sit in the chair, maybe. That chair is sitting here because we are going to have an in-studio guest, Marcy Lane. Marcy Van Dusen, a.k.a. Marcy Van Dusen. Marcy Lane is coming into the studio this morning at around 8:20. She is the Sheridan Lady Bronx wrestling coach. But, yeah, she's going to be coming on the show. She's former Olympian, national champion, 2013 Women's Wrestler of the Year. Also, California Wrestling Hall of Famer. But Chunk's sitting in her chair right now. 7:09. We'll have Dawn Day coming up here in about 20 minutes to talk about our brown Christmas. Is anyone getting a white Christmas? I don't think so. I know we aren't. Because today in Sheridan, it says the high is 51. It's 37 degrees right now. My window is open on December 24th. 51 today, 54 tomorrow, 53 on Friday, 41 on Saturday, 31 on Sunday. With no precipitation in sight for the Sheridan area. I know somebody on YouTube, what they post, 35 in Powell. Hey, the phone's ringing. Hold on. Let me get to it here.
Call from
Marshall, Mesa, Arizona.
Marshall.
Hey, I'm here, Jeff.
Marshall, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Oh, I didn't know I'd be live. Oh, okay.
We throw you right in the fire here, Marshall.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm a couple minutes behind you on your feed, so I don't know where you are on the show. But anyways, no, I'm down in Mesa, Arizona, and I listen to this. I've been listening to the show for over a year, and nice. I appreciate the show. I love Jake, and I heard your show on Thanksgiving, and I loved the update on the dryer saga. You just cracked me up on that one.
Oh, it's been a nightmare.
And now you have two.
And now I have two, exactly. Now the old one's running like a champ, so I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Well, I kind of felt bad for you. I know what it's like to be on the radio and wonder if anyone's giving a damn and listening. And back in the day, back in the 80s, and I thought, I'm going to give this guy a call, see if he answers the phone. And, of course, the phone number I had was not the one you were advertising. It was the one Jeff always gives out. So there's a message there.
Yeah, we all have a different number, which is not good, but yeah.
Yeah, I finally connected the dots on that one.
Are you a snowbird, Marshall? Where do you live, or do you live in Mesa all year round?
No. My wife and I moved here in the late 90s, and company moved us out here, and a year later filed bankruptcy, but we stayed. And I decided to look around for work and found a job. And right now I'm working officially, just getting my coffee. But I work 5 days a week, but I get to work from home. So
that's nice.
Yeah.
So how did you find us in Mesa?
That's a good question, actually. Mac Watson is the reason.
Okay.
I followed Mac when he was down here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix market, and I follow his podcast with his wife, Cricket, and there are two children that they have, and they do updates, they do podcasts, and then he got, right before COVID, I don't know if you know his story, he's a great guy, intriguing as hell, but he got let go after working here for, I'd say 12, 13, 14 years. The Mac and Gato show is what it was called. Oh. And he, and then COVID hit. So there he is. I mean, he's literally newly married. COVID hits. He's suddenly unemployed.
Oh.
He's got two foster children that he and his beautiful wife adopt. And, it's just neat to hear the stories about the Watson family when you listen to their show on Spotify. Mac Watson Talks.
Okay. We're going to have Mac on here coming up in about 10 minutes. So keep listening.
Funny. Yeah. Well, tell him, I don't know if he'll remember me, but tell him Marshall and his beautiful wife, Carol, say hello, and we're glad he's up there. When he landed on Cowboy State Daily, we decided to listen to him up there as well. And he was actually on the radio station. Then just recently, in the last couple of months, was solicited by Cowboy State Daily, and they said, "Hey, we're looking for somebody, and we think it's you." And he was really surprised. And we're always praying for him, and the prayers are coming true, is what it is. So
that's awesome,
great
Marshall.
Guy.
I mean, that's That's crazy how he was in Arizona and you followed him. I wonder why he chose Cody. I think he's living in Cody now, isn't he?
He is. He's up in Cody, and ironically enough, that's where his wife grew up.
Oh, okay. So that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, father and mother had a ranch up there. In fact, they're taking care of Cricket's father now. He's up there in age, but they're taking care of him. Mac just lost his father, I believe, earlier this year, back east, outside of Baltimore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, anyway, I've always we've never met. Mac and I have never met. We've just been an email or a text maybe 2 or 3 times over the years, and I've always enjoyed his broadcasting. So, and he's funny. The guy just cracks me up. He makes me laugh.
That's awesome. What do you do that you work from home, Marshall?
Fraud investigations, stuff like that over the years. I used to do PI work, skip tracing, and now I do support work in fraud investigations for a worldwide bank. Help people keep their credit reports nice and clean and corrected, stuff like that.
Well, that's good. He's looking out for you. That's what he's doing.
Who's that?
You're looking out for people.
I'm sorry.
Making sure the fraudsters are at bay. So that's good. How is it in Mesa? Is it like 70 degrees? How's the weather?
We're getting into the low 70s. Our lows are overnight are in the upper 40s to low 50s down here. So sometimes we've been matching the weather in Cody. I check the weather between both. But we're getting rain today. We're getting rain tomorrow. So
nice. Well, what are you doing for Christmas? You sticking around there? You got kids? They coming? What's going on?
My wife and I are by ourselves. We're staying home, and we've got 2 cats now. Nobody visiting. We're not going out and visiting. We're pretty much just camped here.
Yeah, hanging out, the 2 of you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, the phone works.
So the phone works. Somebody's out there listening. So
yeah,
we appreciate it. Well, thanks, Marshall. I'll tell Mac.
I appreciate that, Jeff. I really do. And good luck with the new dryer and the old dryer. Who knows? Maybe somebody will come up and say, darn, I wish I had a dryer, and you'll be able to donate it.
Yeah, there we go. We hope so anyway. Well, thanks. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Well, Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you and yours.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Marshall. Take care.
Yes, sir. Take care.
See, there it is. It's that easy. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Marshall in Mesa, Arizona. That's incredible that he's been following Mac for the last couple of years. We're going to have Mac Watson coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. We'll see how things go. I don't know if we should take a break early because we've got Don Day coming on. Let me see if I've got my Zoom. I better open it up here because we got Don Day coming up here at 7:20 if he comes on, and then we've got Mac. Oh, what just happened here to my camera? Yeah. I don't know what happened to my camera here. I've got 2 cameras going on now. Figures. We'll see if what's going on here. Oh, and just like that, just like I said, Mac's already in the waiting room. Maybe I should take a quick break so we can get through our commercial break here. And then we'll chat with Don Day and Mac Watson coming up next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing the feed or anything.
Uh-oh. Let's see.
I can hear you, but I can't hear anything else.
Well, we've got picture in picture here. It's 7:22 on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll see if my camera wants to work here. We've got two people in the Zoom room now. We've got Mac Watson and Don Day's trying to get in here too. Let's see if and Mac was having a hard time hearing us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. We can hear Mac.
There we go. And there's Don.
There we go. We got Don. We got everybody in the Zoom room.
Morning, Don.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, look at that. Let's see if we got Don in here too. We can see Mac. Let's see what we can't see Don though.
No.
Oh, there he is. Okay, now we can see him. We'll go to Don here real fast first, Mac. Hold on just a sec.
Sure.
Don, how you doing, buddy? Merry Christmas.
I'm doing good. Merry Christmas Eve.
Yes, Merry Christmas Eve. What is going on, Don? Last week, I thought my roof was going to blow off my house. I thought everything in my backyard was going to go to the neighbor's house or to Africa. I don't know where everything was going. What's going on with these winds?
I'll tell you, this has just been a rather remarkable last 2 or 3 weeks. Just the weather is just completely out of whack. You know, first with the winds you mentioned, and hey, be happy your roof stayed on. I know people I've been getting pictures and talking to people who were in the middle of constructing barns, that got blown over, or structures that got blown down or over. I mean, it was bad. The good news is it is going to be windy. I'm not going to say it won't be windy over the next 2 or 3 days here, but nothing like the windstorms of the last couple of weeks.
Well, I'm thinking to myself, we need to go back to meteorologist school or something, because where are these winds coming from? Why were they so awful? And in Wyoming, like when I was a kid growing up here, it's like, okay, the wind blows, and then 7, 8 o'clock at night, the sun goes down, the winds stop. They did not stop all night long. We could not sleep all night long. Why?
Why? Okay, let's go back to just why is it windy in Wyoming to start? And that kind of leads into why the winds were so bad over the last few weeks. Wyoming sits right at the mid-latitudes. We're halfway between the equator and the North Pole. So during the course of the winter, jet stream winds, more often than not, that river of air around 30,000 feet or so, those winds are the strongest in the winter, and a lot of times they're on top of us. Our high elevation in Wyoming puts us closer to those winds. Then add Wyoming's topography. When you take and look at Wyoming's the geography of Wyoming, Wyoming has the biggest gaps in all the mountain ranges anywhere in the Intermountain West. Our mountains stick up, and then there's a break. They stick up, there's a break, so we have gaps. So as air moves across the state, generally west to east, when we get these high wind events, that air is moving quickly. It's squeezed through the gaps, and the best analogy I can give you is like your thumb over a garden hose. Those gaps accelerate the wind. So that's why Wyoming is naturally windy, especially in the colder time of year. When you add topography, where we sit on a latitude standpoint and where those jet stream winds tend to be. These high wind events were the result of the jet stream being on top of us, but jet stream winds for 2 weeks in a row at times were in excess of 200 miles an hour. And then we have all this Arctic air that hasn't come into Wyoming that's been just north of us. And then we've had this very warm air that's been over us into our south and west. So when you're in this tight temperature gradient, this tight wind gradient, it's just a recipe for these really intense winds. And, before the winter's over, we'll probably do it again. But we're in a pattern here now where we're not going to have that, at least for a bit.
That's good. It was weird because it seemed like the wind wasn't like at ground level. It was like even high. It was like treetop level. It was weird. I even had somebody comment to me that somebody was in Dayton or Rancho. So they said the wind comes off the mountain and it seems like it's higher up. Like it's not at the ground level. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird to explain, but like the treetops are blowing, but you can't feel it when you're standing on the ground. It's really weird.
So another analogy to give you is everybody's familiar with a mountain stream, a babbling brook, so to speak. When you've got water coming down and you've got rocks and the water's coming over the rocks. And if you were in the water just very close to the rock, where does the current go? It goes over you, right? Yeah. So when the wind comes over Wyoming's mountain ranges, you get this turbulent eddy flow. But there's going to be a narrow area where the strongest winds are going over you, just like that water over the rock, depending on where you are. But let's place yourself a little bit further east of the mountains. That, like the water over the rock coming down and turbulent, where that part of the wind hits the ground, that's where you get roofs blown off. That's where you get trees uprooted. Yeah. So it's, if you could see the wind, you would have a much better appreciation of what's going on. But it's you could use the water analogy because that's how it behaves, like a fluid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It almost sounds like, Don, if you're in the ocean and you see a big wave coming at you and that's the wind, you duck under the wave. You don't really feel it. But if you get caught on top, that's when the worst part of it just slams you back down into the ocean.
That's a really good analogy. And it is, you get a wave function. You get waves in the wind, and where the wave comes closer to the ground is where the wind gets windy. But as that wave goes up again to max point there, you actually can be in a zone to where the wind isn't as bad. But then those waves move back and forth and they wiggle. So you can be in an area that's not getting hit by the wind real bad. Then it can move right back in. So the winds in Wyoming and this part of the world are just really, there's only a few other places in the world that experience what we do.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, our white Christmas is out the door, right, Don? Is anyone going to get a white Christmas in Wyoming?
If you're in the mountains of western Wyoming, yes. If you're skiing at Jackson Hole or Grand Targhee, or you're up in the you're driving over Togety Pass or South Pass, you will have snow on Christmas Day. But it's going to be warm enough that the western part of the state will see rain, snow mixed. So yeah, it is going to be a warm Christmas Eve, a warm Christmas Day, but there is some wet coming into the western part of the state where I do see a little snow, maybe reaching the low elevations in a few places, is Friday night and Saturday morning. If you're going to be traveling late Friday and the Saturday, it's going to get cold enough that we could have a few slick roads. So holiday travelers need to keep that in mind.
You talking about 5,000 feet, or are you talking about like 7,000 feet?
No, I think we go down to 5,000 or 6,000 feet. It's actually this weekend. It's actually going to feel like winter this weekend, believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
It's actually going to get colder.
So like in Cody, Park County, all the way down to like Jackson, down that way?
Yeah, but I think the best chance for accumulating snow is more in the southwest. The I-80 corridor Friday night, Saturday morning is a travel spot to watch out for.
Gotcha.
Great. Yeah, it's going to get colder this weekend, and we'll chat with Dawn coming up on Friday. Well, Dawn, Merry Christmas. Have a great Christmas.
You guys too.
And we'll chat with you on Friday.
All right, and then we'll talk more about surfing the wind.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, it's been crazy. It's been a nightmare.
Oh, I know. I know. It's been really bad.
Oh.
It has gotten, and Don's right. I've never experienced this anywhere else that I've lived before. The wind was so bad, I literally had to go get my trash can down the street.
Yeah.
Somehow it picked it. I don't know how it happened. Somehow my trash can, and it's a rollout. I mean, it's a plastic, bin, we've seen them all. Somehow it got like 4 houses down in the cul-de-sac. And I'm like, I have never, and my wife is from Wyoming. My wife grew up here. And she's like, yeah, I don't really remember it being this bad. But he's right. It just seems to just come out of nowhere. And like, you're right. You'll see the trees. And then every once in a while, you'll feel a blast. And you're like, this stinks. Yeah. I can't stand this.
And it's blowing. It's not like one direction. It's blowing all over. I left my trash cans down for like a day and a half because I was like, there's no reason to pick them up.
Right.
It's going to blow back down again. And
well, I had to put them in the backyard and literally tie them to a tree because they're empty. They would just blow everywhere. So I had to tie them down like we were in some kind of wind tunnel. Jeez.
Well, we got Mac Watson on this show. Mac, I don't know if you just heard like 10 minutes ago, one of your super fans, Marshall. Did you hear this guy from Mesa, Arizona just called in? And he was giving you all kinds of love.
Oh, jeez. I do know Marshall, and I do love Marshall. And Marshall's a great guy. He absolutely
followed you from
is.
Arizona to here, listens to your podcast. He says he's never met you, but he's emailed you. And it was like, wow. So I've got a podcast called Mac Watson Talks, shameless plug, but go check it out. My wife and I have been doing the podcast since 2019, and we talk about being foster parents. We talk about, being adoptive parents, stuff like that. But we also talk a little bit about the news. But Marshall is one of, I would say, 10 people that have followed me everywhere I've worked. And in fact, I have a woman who follows me on Facebook and downloads the podcast every episode. My first job was in publishing, and Marcia, thank you for following me since I was 23 years old and following my career. So it's great. It's great. And that's the power of radio. It really is. I mean, you really develop these emotional connections with people, and, people like Marshall, they'll just, and now that we have the World Wide Web and we've got technology and stuff like that, they'll say, hey,
how's it going? They just reach out, whereas before maybe they couldn't do that, or the old fashioned letter days. But yeah, I mean, it's really great. I've got people from Texas, who still keep up with me, people from Arizona, people from Maryland. It's great. It absolutely is great.
Yeah. That's awesome though. And when you feel a little bit of love, because just like I've been sitting here going, is anyone listening? Please give me a call. And then Marshall called me and gave
that
me
is
some
so
love.
funny.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
That's great. But boy, what a big news day yesterday, Mac. I mean,
I got to tell you, I did not expect, and you and I have been in radio a long time, not saying we're old, I'm just saying, but I have never seen this kind of domino effect happen so quickly.
Yeah.
So you've got Senator Lummis, the junior senator from Wyoming, who says, I just don't have another term in me, which is fine. She wants to do something else. She wants to go on and do something else. I get it. Being in D.C. is tough. Being especially being a senator from, I'll just say the Western states, the Rocky Mountain states, is tough because back east, they don't understand what it's like out here. They don't understand energy. They don't understand wind. They don't understand our life. So I can see where every day is a grind to get people to understand. God bless John Barrasso. He's the number 2 guy now. God bless him for doing such a great job. But you have Lummis that steps down, or she says, I'm just not going to run. And you're thinking, okay, well, maybe after the first of the, nope. Next day, Representative Hageman comes out and says, I'll run for Senate. And that's funny because there were indications that she was going to run for governor.
Yeah.
That you had a little bit of inkling. There was little feelers put out and stuff like that. And I had no doubt that she would win. I didn't, I thought that running for governor may be her next step, but running for senator makes sense. If Mark Gordon is the governor of the state and Harry Hageman is in D.C., I don't see them switching. I don't see, and I could be totally wrong, I don't see Mark Gordon running for her seat, but I did see her running for his. But instead, she's going to run for the Senate, which I think is a now looking back, no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Who takes Harriet Hageman's seat? That is up for debate. And who runs, because I don't get the feeling Mark Gordon is going to pull the executive privilege or whatever, or judicial privilege card and say, yeah, I'm running for a third term. I just don't see that. I think he's going to do some other great things, but it won't be maybe in the political realm. But again, I could be totally wrong because I didn't see Hageman come out immediately and say, I'm going to run for Lummis's seat. We could see maybe Mark Gordon say, yeah, I'm going to run for the House of Representatives. But, he is such a Wyoming guy. I don't know, because I don't know about you, Jeff. D.C. is a different animal. It is a different place. It really is. Yeah. And in order to make that transition, you really have to be of a certain mindset. I've lived all over the country. I don't know how people outside of, the East Coast, John McCain flying back to Arizona or Dana Rohrabaugh flying back to California. It is such a different world, but who knows? Who knows? I don't have any inside scoop. I don't know who's going to run for the House, but I'm sure we're going to see it sooner than later because we're starting to enter now the midterm election. And as we get further into 2026, we're going to come up, I think, on some. This is going to be a big political year, I think, across the country, not just for Wyoming, which is going to see a lot of change. We are going to see a lot of change in 2026 because of the election. But I think in the entire country, are people going to vote against Trump? Are people going to stay with Trump? You've got this disconnect right now. You've got people who say everything's fine. And then you've got people who say, what are you talking about? It hasn't been fine since the pandemic. So there is like this schism of people, politics is usually a schism anyway, but even more so now, you've got this schism of people saying we need change and other people who say, let's just keep it the same. So I think this election season is going to be very interesting in 2026.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting coming up
here
in the next couple months. Well, and with Cynthia, with her announcement, I wonder if Governor Gordon thought, okay, well, now that she's stepping down, maybe I'll run for her seat. But now that Harriet comes out 2 days later and announces that she's running instead of running for Gordon's seat.
Yeah.
It's just.
But the House, if you think about it, the House of Representatives is really, really hard. You've got to, as soon as you get the parking spot, as I like to call it, you got to pay the meter. It's only a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
So you have to constantly be campaigning, constantly. That's why Harriet Hageman comes back home and does those town halls every, it seems like every week. She's always back in Wyoming, and good for her. She promised she would do that. She was elected, and she's been doing that. The Senate, though, you've got a little bit of a rest period. You've got 6 years. Every 6 years you go back in and you get, reelected or you run again, right? I don't know. It is a sprint in the House. It is a marathon in the Senate. I'm not sure if Governor Gordon wants to do that, but we'll see. You're right. He could say, "Oh, that spot's taken. Well, this spot is not taken. Let's go over here." We'll see. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, and then now they're lining up for the governor's spot. We'll chat about that. But then, Trump, it wasn't too shocking that, like 5 hours after Harriet's announcement, he's all on board and backing her. That you saw that coming.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There has been no, some politicians will stand on their own. But, John McCain was the maverick, right?
Yeah.
He would go against party lines every once in a while, but he was still, you still thought he was a Republican, right? Harriet Hageman has said from the beginning, I support Donald Trump. I want to see the country as his vision kind of thing. She has never wavered. Same with Barrasso and same with Lummis, though. I've lived in a lot of places. I have never seen the House members, the Senate members all be within one group walking lockstep. And it's not a bad thing. They're all for Wyoming and they're all for Trump. And I think that's, it's a good thing in the sense that there isn't and that guy, he's just weird. Where you would have, John McCain and Raul Grijalva from down in Tucson, they were like polar opposites for the state. If John McCain said the sky was blue, Grijalva would come out and say, "Oh, no, it's not." And you'd be like, well, wait a minute. Are you for Arizona or not? Yeah. Like, why are you guys so diametrically opposed? That's not the case here in Wyoming. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, it is a good thing that they're both on the same page.
Yeah.
So will anyone run against Harriet?
I'm sure there might be, but it's just to get your name out there. That's about it. It's not to win.
No.
She has become such a force. Does anybody really remember Liz Cheney? Hello? Does anybody really remember? She has put her imprimatur on that office and on this state. And I got to tell you, I've interviewed Representative Hageman a number of times. I like her. I may not always agree with her, or I may say, well, what about this or what about that? But she is always, she's never something that she has claimed not to be, if that makes sense. That's kind of convoluted. But she always goes back to the Constitution because she's a lawyer and she was a great lawyer. She has made such an indelible mark on Wyoming politics and her time in D.C. I don't think anybody can. Never say never, but I don't really see anybody challenging her at this point right now. If Mark Gordon wanted to come out and run against, maybe that would be an interesting run. But I think it's Hageman's seat if she wants it, and she does.
Even in the story, she said she's already talking to senators and meeting with people. It's like, oh, okay, well, she's already halfway in the door.
Oh,
it's crazy.
The thing that I love about Representative Hageman, she dots every I and she crosses every T. There is nothing to be left to chance. And you need to be like that. Whether you're a lawyer, you've got to be prepared. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. If you're a politician, you're playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. You're 5 moves ahead. She's 5 moves ahead for Wyoming. And that's what I appreciate about her so much.
Yeah. she's on it. And then the governor race, I mean, Harriet announces it, and then, hey, now we have Megan Degenfelder. She's throwing her hat in the race.
Well, she says she might.
Yeah, maybe.
Possibility. She's testing the water.
She's considering it.
And it's so great. I talked to our great reporter, Claire McFarland, who, again, she's on it. She's playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers. She says, this is how you test the waters without plunging into the ocean kind of thing. I'm thinking about, and then you wait for the reaction. You wait for your constituents. You wait for the people who voted for you the first time to see, that's a good idea. Or, whoa. No. Maybe you should do something else. But I can totally see her running. I thought it was too early. And it's just me. I thought it was too early. I thought maybe she'd be Secretary of Education, maybe another term, maybe another couple terms. She's got the time. Build that cadre, build that war chest.
Yeah.
But if she wants to jump now, I mean, she would have to. I think, again, my opinion, she's going to have to wrestle this away from Chuck Gray. Chuck Gray is put out there without putting it out there. He wants to be governor. That's going to be his next step. I was surprised that Degenfelder came out first. I thought Chuck Gray was going to be a no-brainer. We'd hear from him first. And maybe we will. I mean, again, I don't have any inside information, but I think Chuck Gray has been, telegraphing he wants to be governor after Mark Gordon. So that if those two get, start running, that'll be a very interesting race as well. And there are others too. I know that the former speaker, he's already committed. He's already running. He's already raised $500,000, I think. There are other people on the periphery like Brent Bien, he's beloved in certain parts of Wyoming. He made he stirred a little bit last time around. But I guess the big ones are going to be Chuck Gray, Secretary of State, and now if Megan Degenfelder does commit, Secretary of Education, that's going to be a very interesting race. It really will.
Yeah, it's only going to get interesting from here, Mac. So,
oh yeah, and then we get to the silly season in the summer where they throw mud like you wouldn't believe, to the point where you're like, is that even true? Well, when she was a Girl Scout, Megan Degenfelder, but really, or if Chuck Gray wins, when Chuck Gray was 5, he didn't finish his vegetables. We're going to get into such ludicrous stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're a political wonk, if you're a political person that loves to watch the chaos, it'll be fun. For the rest of I think for the rest of the voters, they're going to get kind of sick and tired of it by like mid-August. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's only beginning, and it's December. So
yeah, exactly. We're not even in 2026
yet. Even in 2026 yet. So we'll see. Well, Mac, thanks for coming on. You staying home? What are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'm doing the news tonight, so there'll be news tomorrow. And then we sit around, we open presents, I make sure that the kids don't fight. And then I'm back at it because Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily gives you the newscast, the 5-minute and the 2-minute newscast, and the video newscast as well. So we'll always keep you up to date, and I'll keep slogging away at the news. And it's going to be a fun Christmas. It always is. And I love Christmas in Wyoming. I got to tell you, Phoenix is a great place to live, but it was like 70 degrees on Christmas Day. And I'm like, I don't get this. I just don't understand this. So
it's not Christmas.
So no, I'm glad to be in Wyoming. And, and I said, my wife grew up here. We're glad to be back home. So it's great.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Mac, for coming on. Merry Christmas.
All right. Merry Christmas, sir. Thank you.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Why's my Mm. 7:51 on your Christmas Eve. Jeff hanging out with you, filling in for Jake. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. If Jake's on, maybe he can fix my camera here. I don't know why I can't figure it out all of a sudden. Because my camera is giving me picture-in-picture. When I go to properties, it won't go to it for some reason. Because I have like picture-in-picture here. Maybe Jake can... no, that didn't work either. I don't know. So we'll go to our auxiliary camera. 307-620-8866. Give me a call. We were supposed to have, I think, Andrew Rossi on the show right now, but it's the day before Christmas, so who knows? Oh, there's Sunny. She's thinking about coming in here. Chunk's already in here. I showed you Chunk. My wife's shutting the door. My gray cat. He's hanging out in the studio with us. Oh, big guy. Yes. He's my not nice cat. Sunny, she was thinking about coming in here. What do you got going on for Christmas? Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you listening. 307-620-8866. Marshall called in from Mesa, Arizona. He was a big Mac Watson fan. We should have kept Mac on for a little bit longer. Let's see. Good morning from Cape Coral, Florida. I'm a new listener as I'm moving to Hartville, Wyoming in January to work on an animal rescue ranch. Where is Hartville, Wyoming? What? Have you heard of that town? I've been in Wyoming for 50 years. Hartville, Wyoming. Hartville is a town in Platte County, Wyoming. Population was 62 back in 2010. Holy cow. Where is Hartville? By Guernsey. Next to Guernsey State Park. Fort Laramie, Lingle, Torrington. Wow. Well, we learned something new today, folks. Hartville, Wyoming. It's crazy. I recently changed jobs. I'm working for State Farm Insurance now for an agent here in town. I was an Allstate agent for 15 years. And now I'm back in the insurance game. And here's my picture-in-picture. I don't know what's going on here, but it will not let me change the properties on that thing. So my camera's all screwed up. I don't know what it did here, but it's... Oh, maybe it's that. No? So it's going to be weird. But yeah, and we've been getting leads from all over the state. And just some of the town names, or some town like, where's this town? Kind of like that Hartville, Wyoming. Well, thank you, Chicago Cat 8, who's on our Facebook, or on our YouTube page, listening right now. Thank you for tuning in. Good morning, everyone. Susan L. 1850. Way warm here in Deadwood, says RIV Mitch 7181. So thanks for listening to anyone and everyone out there. 7:55 right now. Coming up the next hour, we got Claire McFarland at 8:05. Marcy Van Dusen is coming on at 8:20. She's the Sheridan Lady Bronx wrestling coach, also a former Olympian, just had an incredible career. We're going to have Marcy coming on around 8:25, possibly Jared Petrino at 8:45, and then Dave Hubner from the Two Tracks around 9:30 this morning. But give me a call, 307-620-8866, as the splash is around my head and I can't seem to fix my camera here. Let me see if I can give me a different one here. If I can just no, that's not what I wanted. I did it earlier. Let's see if camera's already in use. No, that's not it either. Okay, well. I don't know. Nope. Jake's coming on. Jake's taking over here. He's going to try and help me out here. There's the man right there. Jersey Mike's. If you live here in Sheridan, if you've driven by Starbucks, you've seen the Jersey Mike's sign. It's coming to Sheridan. I saw an article yesterday in the Sheridan Press that was talking about Jersey Mike's, but it said it's not coming for several months. Remember when Jersey Mike's came to Laramie? The sign was up on the building for months before it showed up. I guess they just like hyping it. It's like, well, the sign's there, it's coming. So we just have to wait for like 6 months. I drove by there a couple days ago, and boy, there is nothing in the building. I mean, they've got a long ways to go. There's no seats. There's no stove. There's no nothing in the building. But they put the sign up, so now we just have to wait. It's kind of weird. But Jersey Mike's also coming to Sheridan. Jersey Mike's and Seven Brews. We talked about Seven Brews last hour. Jake's behind the scenes trying to fix my camera here, which is really weird. It won't let us do the properties. I probably have to shut my OBS down, which I don't know if I can do that while I'm on the air or reset. So we'll see. We are coming up, let's see, about the top of the hour, 7:58. We'll do the news, and then we've got 2 more jam-packed hours. What's your favorite sandwich shop? What do we have here right now? We've got Subway, Jimmy John's, Jersey Mike's is coming. Do we have another sandwich shop here in Sheridan? I think that might be the only 2 right now. But what's your favorite sandwich shop or sub shop? Or what's your favorite sub? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. We've almost reached the top of the hour. We are streaming. If you're joining us on YouTube, Cowboy State Daily reporter Claire McFarland coming up. She broke the Harriet Hageman announcement. I'm just kind of shocked she didn't run for governor. We'll talk to her about that and much, much more coming up. I'm just going to see my clock here, but Jake's got my mouse so I can hit the top of the hour. Okay, he's fixing it. We'll get our camera fixed and much, much more. 2 hours down. 2 hours to go.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cheyenne's historic 1892 pump house is getting a reprieve from the wrecking ball. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Cheyenne City Council is replacing a resolution that set a deadline for its demolition with one that calls for restoring it to use again.
At that time, baths were not common. Water that flowed into your house was a new idea for Cheyenne, this little upstart town. That was truly magic. And it's part of why Cheyenne earned that nickname, Magic City of the Plains, because they were doing things in Cheyenne that were practically unheard of in the West. And the pump house was all part of that magic.
Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins tells Cowboy State Daily that the pump house has the same architecture components as the Capitol and the historic train depot. Black Diamond Pool in Yellowstone National Park has been active since its massive hydrothermal explosion in July of 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports the pool recently and unpredictably erupted twice in 2 days.
This most recent stretch, it erupted on December 18th and it erupted on December 20th. And based on the readings, those were both of a similar size. So we're talking about water and mud being shot 30 to 40 feet up into the air. It's not like Old Faithful where you can get a regular pattern of eruptions. They don't know exactly what's going on at Black Diamond Pool. Now, that's not unheard of for a Yellowstone thermal feature. They're always changing. The bigger question is what that'll mean to the National Park Service, because Biscuit Basin, where the pool is located, has been closed since the hydrothermal explosion.
Since Black Diamond Pool blew itself apart in July 2024, there have been 14 documented eruptions. The time between those eruptions has varied from more than 46 days to less than 2 days. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at CasperMedicalImaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming Education Chief Megan Dagenfelder on Tuesday said she is strongly considering a run for governor, while other political figures are thinking about higher office as well. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that while Dagenfelder hasn't committed, there are candidates who are campaigning to be the next governor of Wyoming.
It could be a toe in the water to see what kind of backing, what kind of support, what kind of constituent feedback you can get with a maneuver like that. Often when we we see someone say that, it ends with a run of some kind. Senator Eric Barlow declared earlier this year and has been consistently campaigning and has raised $500,000. And then Brent Behan, who's beloved in multiple corners of the state. And then from there, it gets a little more interpretive. Reed Reisner had set up a governor's finance account for that office, but has not declared a run for that office. And at this juncture, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, who's political in a lot of his public messaging, remains a mystery as to just which office he's seeking.
With 5 statewide elected seats up for election in 2026, as well as 2 congressional seats, with both incumbents departing, Wyoming is in for a shakeup this coming election season. It was Christmas Eve in 1888 when a father and his 2 young sons brought gifts to their neighbors, an infamous group of nefarious characters out in Salt Creek Canyon in the Wyoming Territory. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that the family were almost shot before making friends with the notorious gang.
It was the Buck Hanby gang who had fled as murderers from Kansas. Now, the local people had described them in the newspaper as long-haired, wild and woolly-looking individuals, and into this dugout walked a father and his 2 sons with one purpose: to wish these men, these desperados, a very Merry Christmas. They were greeted not with open arms, but by the barrel of a gun, and at the very end, they walked to their horses and gave them a gift of donuts and cookies from Ma back in home.
The gang had built a half dugout 16 by 20 feet wide on their homestead on the east side of Salt Creek Canyon and south of Red Butte near what is now Newcastle, Wyoming. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
The sun's up. It's Wednesday, Christmas Eve already. Happy Christmas Eve to you. Jeff filling in for Jake. Thanks for listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jake's in Minnesota on a little Christmas break. I will be here today and then back on Wednesday, or today is Wednesday, back on Friday, filling in for you. And then the big announcement is that I will be doing Saturdays starting in the new year. So yes, if you like what you hear, come and join me on Saturdays right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Somebody just entered the Zoom room. Let's see. Claire McFarland. Let's get Claire in the Zoom room and scroll down here. Claire broke the big news yesterday, the big Harriet announcement. Let's go to the Zoom room and see if Claire's in there. There she is. She's grabbing her coffee because it's Christmas Eve.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. It's been a weird morning.
Oh, you're fine. No big deal. Thanks for coming on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you.
You've had a big couple days. Wow, what did you think? I mean, Cynthia says Friday, well, I'm not running again. What do we have, like 3 days? And then Harriet Hageman announces, hey, I'm running for that spot. What'd you think?
Oh, gosh. What do I think? So, back up here. We have 3 congressional seats, 2 in the Senate, 1 in the House. And those don't open up very often. Senator Barrasso, for example, is just like he's got just an iron grip. Like no one's come close to taking him on lately. And so that doesn't happen very often, that one of those 3 coveted seats comes open. And you have tremendous influence there because of, Wyoming's got more representation than more populous states, just proportion wise. It's a big show. And so, Senator Lummis was like, I don't have 6 more years in me. And someone had been courting the Wyoming public for months with this idea, like Harriet Hageman's viable as a governor's candidate. And, a lot of times when these polls surface, it's someone's like testing their options. And so the polling from late January till now has been, Harriet's very viable for governor. And so a lot of people thought she was going to go that direction. We've got Governor Gordon at the end of his 2 terms. He's under a term limit that could be easily overturned if Wyoming Supreme Court case law is any indicator. And he hasn't announced for any office. He hasn't announced for a 3rd term or anything else. And so, you had this 4-day interval where Representative Hageman had a choice to make, and she chose to go for the 6-year term with 4.5 times the influence she now has in the upper chamber in D.C.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, we had Mac on last hour, and he was saying that, Harriet in the House, it's 2 years, so she's always campaigning. Now in the Senate, it's 6 years, so she can take a little bit of a breather once she gets in. And then I posed the question, too, when Cynthia said she wasn't running, maybe Mark Gordon thought, well, maybe now that I'm on my term limits, I'll run for Senate. But now Harriet announces that, which I don't think he wants to run against her. What does Mark Gordon do? Does he just step out of the limelight? Does he go to public, private sector? What does he do?
That's a Mark Gordon question. And if you can crack that nut, you're a better reporter than I am. So I don't know what Mark Gordon's going to do. What we do know is Christy Racinas is running again for auditor. She's happy there. We know Kurt Meyer, watermark year, can speak with the untrammeled confidence of a man who lately has been doing good at his job.
Yeah.
I didn't cover him closely before, so I don't know how he did before. But watermark year, historic investment revenues from his office this year. He's got billions to play with. He's, he told me yesterday, and this didn't all make it into my sizable story, but he told me yesterday, he was like, I can do a lot to save the taxpayers of Wyoming money right where I am. Like more revenue means less taxes. So let's go. And so, he had actually a very frank, I'm saving some of it for later, but he had actually a very frank and fun interview, the kind that only a man who's confident in his position can give. Okay, and what else do we know? Secretary of State Chuck Gray, very overt with the endorsement of Hageman right out of the gate yesterday on Facebook.
Yeah.
Then a little while after that, we, the media, got it via email. So letting the world know he's endorsing Harriet Hageman. But I called him to ask what office he's looking toward running for, declaring for, because he's running image ads. It's reasonable to say the man wants something, and he did not get back to me, so we'll see what he decides.
Yeah, that's the big question mark. What's Chuck gonna do? He's running for something. We just don't know what.
Yeah, a lot of campaign flavored speech out of that corner for a while. Yeah.
Well, you said it, Max said it. These term limits for Governor Gordon. Has there been any rumbling of him maybe going a third term, or because, I mean, we can overturn it. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy.
I would have to put on the analysis pundit hat to talk about what Mark Gordon's going to do. And that's not fair since I also cover him,
Yeah.
So since I also cover him, what he has said and what I can fairly stick to is he wants to focus on the job at hand. And so anything I could venture beyond that probably should come from somebody that doesn't have her pen trained on him.
Yeah. Were you surprised at Megan Degenfelder yesterday announcing that she is strongly considering, not completely jumping in, but considering running for governor?
I was not surprised at that. The strongly considering maybe a tactical move, like, okay, let's see.
Yeah, let's feel it out here and see what the reaction is after I say this.
But no, not surprised at Degenfelder. She's been an interesting one. In 2022, she was our only statewide candidate. I think our only primary election candidate. Yes, to defeat a Trump endorsee in the primary. And she told me at the time, this stuck with me. This in my mind made her kind of a unique, hard to pigeonhole. She said, okay, I would have been happy to have Trump's endorsement, but the opinion of the people of Wyoming matters more to me. And they awarded me that.
Yeah, she didn't need it, which good for her. That speaks volumes right there with as much as Trump has on the state of Wyoming. But man, 5 statewide elected seats up for election in 2026, as well as 2 congressional seats, both incumbents departing. This is just going to be a crazy 2026
Yeah, except my iPad fell down. Hold on.
Claire just crashed. There she goes. Now
it does this. I need to get a better tech setup. Stupid, but crazy because that House seat is up for grabs, and I'm seeking in the near future some more political analysis. If you are a free range Wyoming political analyst, come hither. Those are hard to find because a lot of times if there's a political analyst in Wyoming that's really good, really prescient, some politician snaps them up as a staffer, right? And so it's hard to find free range people to just talk about this stuff. But the big question mark is, does the weight of a Trump endorsement change? Has it changed? Has Wyoming's opinion towards Trump changed? I know that he does some things that cut across our general libertarian factor. Like, for instance, his administration is defending the National Firearms Act in court right now. Yeah. And so it's probably safe to say a Trump endorsement is still highly significant in Wyoming. We voted more than 2/3 in his favor last 2 times he ran for president. No, maybe 3. I don't recall. But where am I going? The question is, though, and we don't know because it's not November 2026 yet, or I guess August 2026, since that's when the primary falls. Is that endorsement going to carry the same weight then as it has the past couple cycles?
Yeah.
Is he going to do certain things that offend that Wyoming libertarianism? I don't know. I'm curious about that, but I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, it's going to get very interesting here in the next couple of months. Governor race, who could be a dark horse? Could we see like Bo Biteman? Could we see somebody come out of the shadows? Who could be a dark horse?
Oh boy. Asking things of me. Bo Biteman is also quiet. He's not. I would love to pick his brain. He's well, okay, so for one thing, I think he's fairly reticent with the press. I don't know if he got burned or if that's just caution, something his grandma taught him. I don't know. And for another thing, I I do know he's very busy. He's very busy. And so maybe I can't just be like, he's not chumming with the press. He's not talking to the press. I don't know. But
I know Bo. Maybe I should call him. Say, hey, Bo, come on. Tell me what's going on, buddy.
No, it could be strategy. It could just be strategy. I don't know what's going on in these folks' heads. And that's why when some people are like, oh, the media and these politicians are insiders together, I'm like, what? Like, if I was an insider with these people, I'd know what the heck was going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be asking you.
I don't. I'm here like asking my kids who ate the cookie dough, wondering when some of these folk are going to text me back, and that's fine. I'm certainly on the outside, but also have the distinct pleasure of being a story conduit for the people of Wyoming, the state that I love.
Yeah. Where do you live, Claire?
Riverton.
Oh, okay. Wow. So what's your plans? What are we doing today and tomorrow?
Oh, it's bad luck to talk about. There is a child blowing a train whistle in another room. Can you hear that?
I think I did hear that.
There are 4 boys in this house.
You have 4 boys?
Yeah, I have 4 sons. They're all on Christmas break. And there's also several large tubs of sugar cookies. And so I'm just, and so you're asking, like, who is the dark horse in the governor's race? And I'm like, y'all better eat a vegetable. So
besides
Bo
just
Beitman,
cookies. Come on, kids.
Bo Beitman is another interesting one, like Dagenfelder, that's hard to pigeonhole, right?
Yeah.
I suspect he could invoke Trump's favor, but we won't know it till we know it. We won't know anything till we know it.
Yeah.
And the cookies are gone.
And all the cookies are gone. How old are the boys?
They are, get ready, they're 15, 13, 11, and 11.
Wow. You've got your hands full, Claire.
Where are you at?
I'm in Sheridan.
Oh, how is it there? Is it lovely?
It's lovely. My window's open. I mean, it's like 40. It's crazy. Does it even feel like Christmas to you?
Yeah, no, it's so weird. But I don't know. Everything in me wants to get out and just go for a long run, but I've been so busy this week. And so I need you. I hopefully I can go for a run Friday, Saturday-ish. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, that's what goes through my head when it's like that. Like, why am I inside?
Yeah. It's 38 degrees right now. It says
I don't know what
49.
it is here, but yeah. You can leave like stuff out in your car and it won't freeze.
It's crazy. It's 36 in Riverton.
Is it really?
I mean, for December 24th.
You know what, though? Riverton is usually a better place to be than anywhere else. Like, it's sunny. It's slightly less wind. It's beautiful. The people have this rugged quality. A lot of the people are highly mechanical and will help you if you break down. I have gotten heat for making fun of my hometown in my stand-up comedy routine that we publish once a year. That's actually kind of embarrassing, but also kind of fun. But you have to know that it's out of love because this is paradise.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Riverton's kind of like Sheridan. You're kind of like in a little hole. So the weather's a little nicer than everywhere else. So we'll see. Cyrus Western, could we see him?
I am intrigued to see if Cyrus declares for House. I don't know. He's certainly viable. He's young. He's energetic. He's extremely well educated. He's a Wyoming native, which is something that Wyoming natives sometimes care about. We do have a lot of transplants who don't care as much whether you're a Wyoming native because they themselves are transplants. So that's a factor. I don't just break down and see how many of y'all are transplants. I'm not. I was born right here. But that's an interesting political question. Does it matter less now that you were born in Wyoming because so many of your constituents are themselves transplants?
Yeah. That would be a good poll question, or if we could figure out if it does carry weight if you're a native or not. I've been here since I was 9, so I'm close.
Where are you from?
Close. I was born in Vegas and lived there until I was 9,
my.
until my parents got divorced, and then I moved to Buffalo, Wyoming.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking because we grew up, we were dirt poor. We grew up in North Las Vegas, which was not nice. And so it was me and a bunch of all of our neighbors were Mexicans. All of my friends were black. I came to Wyoming and there was none of that. I was like, everybody here is white.
Oh, yeah.
And I could
Did
ride my
someone
bike.
bleach y'all?
Yeah, I could ride my bike all over town. In Vegas, I could only ride it in my block. I couldn't leave. I couldn't go past the street. So it was it was shocking. But yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, Claire, you got a lot to cover in the next couple of months. You're going to be busy.
Yeah, that's okay. I love it.
Exactly. Well, Merry Christmas. Thanks so much
Merry
for coming
Christmas.
on.
Thank you.
We'll chat again.
Okay, bye.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff hanging out with you. And Marcy Lane. Marcy Van Dusen.
Past life, yes.
That's her past life. Yes, I think I only have one camera now. Let's see here. I don't know what happened to my other camera. Oh, there it is. It's still acting up. Oh, maybe. Let me see here. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Hey, we're back in business. Look at that. There's Marcy. Well, welcome back to the show. It's 8:28 on your Christmas Eve. Marcy Lane, we're excited and honored to have her. She's our first in-studio guest, if you can believe that. Well, this is only our second show. But
I'd like to be the first. Anyway.
Yes. Marcy Lane. We'll start with the low point first. She grew up in California.
Oh, yeah. Let's get that out of there.
Let's get that out of the way. But, boy, she attended Rim of the World High School, where she competed on the boys wrestling team. She was a 2-time cadet world bronze medalist. After high school, she was a 5-time member of the U.S. national wrestling team. She's a 2-time U.S. national and world team trial champion. She earned the most outstanding wrestler at the 2007 U.S. Nationals. She's a 2004 University World Champion, an 2005 University World Bronze Medalist. She earned silver medalist at the 2007 Pan American Olympic Games. I mean, she went to the Olympics in 2008. It's insane, Marcy.
I think you got it all.
I mean, holy cow. But, she was in Beijing, China at the Olympics in 2013. She was honored with the U.S. Wrestling's Woman of the Year Award, and she's in the California Wrestling Hall of Fame. She's now a wife, a mom, and a school teacher, and she's the Sharon Lady Bronx wrestling coach. Thank you, Marcy, for coming on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Wow. Well, the first question is, how did we start this? Who got you into wrestling?
Oh, okay. So I started wrestling when I was 8 years old, but I wanted to start when I was 6 because I'd be at the wrestling tournaments watching my brother wrestle, and I got the big no for a couple years. And then at the end of tournaments, they'd be cleaning up the mats, and I'd grab my sisters and pull them down to the mat and wrestle them. And finally, after like 2 years of this, my brother's wrestling coach came up to me and said, if you want to wrestle, come to practice on Tuesday. And he was still is an amazing man, but I remember him telling me all the time, like, I don't care if you're blind, I don't care if you have one leg, I don't care if you're a girl. Wrestling is a good sport for anybody. So if you want to wrestle, I'll coach you.
What did your parents think?
They were like not super happy about it at first, but I had some good success as a kid. And so then they quickly jumped on board and they loved it after that.
When did it start clicking? Because you're starting so young.
Right. I remember I won my first match against another kid that had also never wrestled before. And then we both got stomped by this other guy that had wrestled. And I just remember the three of us being like, look, we've got medals. And after that, I was hooked. I got a medal the first tournament. I was in.
She was all in after that. Well, what happened after high school? Did we go to college? Where did you go?
Right. So after high school, I actually had like some pretty significant injuries in high school. So I took 2 years off and I moved, went to college at Cal State Monterey Bay up in Northern California. And there I started coaching a little bit. By then there was a little girls junior high team that I was coaching. And I started going into some of the high schools. And one of the high schools I went in had a coach that was a really good freestyle wrestler. And he kind of talked me into going into nationals that year, and I trained that year to get ready. And I went and took third at nationals, so I was like, well, better get back into this stuff again.
Wow. So it came back to you after the injuries. Because in high school, were you the only girl on the boys' team, or was there more of you?
No, it was just me.
Wow. So, I mean, to be the only female on the team and then to be a 2-time, a cadet championship? What was that?
So it would be like junior nationals now. They kind of changed the name of it, but I went to Warsaw, Poland, when I was in high school and competed at the world level against everybody else that same age, and ended up third there. And then the following year I went to Manchester, England, and competed there, and again took third there.
Wow. It was worldwide.
Yeah.
Huh. Crazy. So then after high school, you started wrestling in nationals. When did the coaching thing start coming into play?
Right. So I coached a little bit while I was still competing. But after I retired in 2008, I started coaching right away. My first real job was at Menlo College in Northern California. And I was the head coach of that girls wrestling team for 2 years. And I just loved coaching. I always felt like home in the coaching world. Liked being around those girls. I like mentoring, pushing them to become a little bit better.
Yeah, because what's the MVD Women's Wrestling Club?
Oh, okay, so when I was in junior high, I started, all my friends started going to these camps, and I was like, oh, I want to go to a wrestling camp. Like, that'll be fun. And so I called up the wrestling camp that my brother had went to, and I was like, hey, how do I register? And they were like, are you a girl? And I was like, yeah. Like, you can't come. And I was like, why? And they were like, well, it's an overnight camp. We have nowhere for you to stay. So I was like, okay. So I got a hold of my mom, and I was like, I can't go. My mom's like, I'll drive you there and back every day. It was a 3-hour trip. So she was going to drive me 3 hours there and 3 hours home every day. And I called them back, and I was like, great news. My mom's going to drive me. And they were like, yeah, you still can't come. And I was like, why? And they were like, because you're a girl. You can't come. So I was like, shoot. So when I got to the position, I was working in LA at the time at a nonprofit called Beat the Streets Los Angeles. And I was like, there's still no girls wrestling camps. And so we started MVD, which was Marcy Van Duzen. And it was an all-girls wrestling camp, no boys allowed.
Oh, wow.
So we hosted that in Lake Arrowhead, which is my hometown, which is kind of up on top of a mountain. So it was in the woods. Girls didn't have cell phone service. We made it like kind of a teen camp. And I think we ran that camp for about 8 years until COVID kind of shut us down. But at our height, we had 120 girls at camp, and it was a lot of fun.
Holy cow. So the MVD is you.
Yeah.
Unreal, Marcy. I mean, you have seen this. From 2008 to now, the way women's wrestling has grown, can you believe it? I mean, or did you think this could happen?
It's hard to look back now and see. Like, I always wanted there to be more girls, and there just wasn't. And then as soon as they separated the girls from the boys, it just blew up. It was instantaneous, parents don't want to send their kids out to go wrestle boys, and girls shouldn't be wrestling boys. Girls should wrestle girls, and boys should wrestle boys. That's how it should be. And so we saw it in California. As soon as they separated, it was huge. I went back 10 years later, and there's girls wrestling tournaments of 350 girls and multiple tournaments like that all across the state.
Holy cow.
And then we see it here, our first year here, we finished with 8 girls on the team. Second year we had 11. Last year we had 15, and this year we're starting with 23. So it's growing significant here in Wyoming as well, and it will continue to do that because wrestling's a fun sport.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I was going to talk about, because when I grew up, I was in wrestling, and there was like one girl, that was like the tomboy.
Who was it? Probably know her.
Sarah, I can't remember what her name was, but yeah, and you didn't want to wrestle her because you were afraid she was going to beat you.
Sarah Tolan.
But so now, which is great that it's separate from the boys. So now you got your own thing. Because,
right.
Boys should not be in girls' sports, and girls probably should not be in boys' sports.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's just a horrible situation for the boys. It's a lose-lose. You beat a girl, so what? You lose to a girl, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, just every time I wrestled in high school, those boys were wrestling me 125% every time.
Yeah.
Losing.
They don't want to lose.
Right.
Yeah. Sarah Roberts is what
Roberts.
Her name is. I don't know where Sarah is anymore, but yeah, you didn't want to wrestle her. The Marcy Van Dusen. So what happened? I mean, 2008, the World Cup, you went undefeated. What happened in the Olympics?
Right. That's still a really good question. I know I had beaten everybody that year in my weight class. There was a girl from Japan that had never been beaten, and I was able to beat her that year. I actually wrestled her at Cadet Worlds, too, when I was little, but I don't know. The Olympics is a different beast. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of emotions that go into that, and I just didn't have my best performance there, and you lose once in the Olympics. If that person doesn't make it to the finals, then you're out of the tournament. And so that's ultimately what happened to me. I lost, and then she didn't make the finals, so I was out of the tournament.
Wow. Yeah, so it's just like anything else. You lose early, you're behind the 8 ball.
Right.
Yeah, and tough to come back.
It is.
So was that the last time that you've wrestled in a match?
Well, an official match, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was in the Olympics, and then ever since then, it's just been coaching.
Right.
From then. How did you get to Sheridan, Wyoming?
Right. I met this really handsome guy. I was coaching Team California, and we were at a national tournament in Fargo, North Dakota, and my husband was coaching Team Alaska, and we had some mutual friends, and so we met at a wrestling tournament in Fargo, North Dakota.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And about 4 years later, we made our way back to Sheridan, where he's from.
Okay, so Mark's from here. Mm-hmm. Mark Lane, Marcy's husband. I figured, did he wrestle for Laramie?
No, he wrestled for Montana. He wrestled for Havre up in Montana. And he was a national champ up there for them.
Okay. So, but Mark's from Sheridan, so that's why you.
Yeah, Sheridan, Buffalo. He did a few years here and a few years in Buffalo as well.
Okay.
Graduated from Buffalo.
What? I mean, you've made a bunch of friends. I'm on your Facebook page scouting you out. Who's this Helen? How do you pronounce her last name?
Maroulis.
She's the first woman wrestler to become 2-time Olympic medalist, and she's hanging out with your kids. She's hanging out in Sheridan High School gymnasium. I'm like, what? How did you meet her?
So that wrestling world's pretty small.
Yeah.
So I know Helen when she was starting to come up to the training center. She came out as a high school girl. We were all living at the training center, and she would come train there. Then I retired when Helen really started to come into play a lot more. But I still work for a national wrestling club, Titan Mercury Wrestling Club, and she currently is one of our athletes now. So I've known her since she was pretty young. So we had her come out after she won her first Olympic gold in 2016. So she came out and did a wrestling clinic out here for our wrestlers, and she's a great person and a great clinician. So we were happy to have her. She did sign the walls in the wrestling room, although it's starting to fade off. But yeah. So we're still pretty active in that world. We went down to the training center, I think, last summer before the Olympics, 2 summers ago, and got to see all the girls and send them off. And it's still a pretty small wrestling world there. But Helen actually worked at MVD Wrestling Camp for 2 years, so she was one of our staff there for a couple of years. So.
Nice.
And then she went on and is still doing amazing things.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, I was going to mention the Titan Mercury Wrestling Club, because where's this based out of?
So we're based out of California, out of San Marino, California. But our athletes don't train there. They train all over the country. So we sponsor them. We look for athletes we think can make world or Olympic teams. And then we pretty much sponsor travel, a little bit of a stipend if they qualify for that, and kind of help guide them through their journey.
Nice. Help them along the way.
Exactly, yeah.
Huh. Incredible. Where does the MVD, where do you do that anymore?
So we don't. We tried it one time here in Sheridan, and it just girls wrestling wasn't even really sanctioned then. And I think we had like 37 girls come out, and it just wasn't big enough. And since, I mean, I think that there would probably be possibility to do it now. But the idea when I started MVD was that a camp for girls didn't exist, and now they do. So a lot of the colleges that have women's teams host camps for girls, and I think that's a good opportunity for them to go and look at colleges. It's a good opportunity to be recruited, and then they get a camp in as well. So we just haven't picked it back up yet, and I don't know if we will again, but it really is a fun camp.
Yeah. No, it's incredible what Marcy's done for the sport of women's wrestling. And we're going to chat with more Marcy. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with Marcy Lane right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily with Jake. My name's Jeff, hanging out with you here in Sheridan, Wyoming. We've got the one and only Miss Marcy Lane hanging out in studio. Our first in-studio guest. If you missed it, she's a former Olympian. She's the Sheridan Lady Bronx head wrestling coach. How's it been so far, Marcy? I think we've had what? One or two duels, or how far are we into the season?
Yeah, we're 2 tournaments and a duel in. So we went to Rapid City for our first tournament, and I had 3 girls place there, which was really good. We've got a young team, and that's a really tough tournament. And then we hosted our own Sheridan duel tournament here, and we won that. So that was good. We had a Thunder Basin kind of in a finals, and we ended up tying them. So then it goes to criteria, and we won on criteria. So they had forfeited 2 matches to us. We won by having more wrestlers, basically.
Huh. Mm-hmm. Crazy. We won on criteria.
Right. Mm-hmm. Which we did last year, too, at the same tournament. But last year, I think it was against Campbell County, and we won on criteria as well.
Interesting. Well, I was looking at your Facebook page. You post some videos of the girls wrestling, and they're looking great. It's awesome. You did like a team building thing this year where you guys went and built fence.
Yeah, a mile of fence.
Yeah, this
really
is awesome.
hard.
Did they enjoy it? It seemed like they were liking it, kind of.
Oh, yeah, they all started out pretty hyped, but by the end of it, they were
They're like, okay, enough of this.
I couldn't feel my forearms for like 3 days after that. I don't know how fencers, but we all drove away thinking that we really appreciate a good fence from now on.
Yes, you appreciate the things you never even thought about.
Right.
After doing that. It seems like the girls are in good shape. What did we do? I mean, what's the practice routine? How do we get in shape before the season or now during practice? What do we do?
Right. This year we had a huge preseason deal where with the girls we were lifting twice a week, wrestling once a week, and just really pushing them and letting them know that shape is super important in wrestling.
Yeah.
If you can control what kind of shape you're in, that can win you matches in the end. And I think we had a really good start coming into the season, so that was really helpful. And our practices we keep them to an hour and a half, but that hour and a half, they're wrestling the whole time. We don't do a lot of talking, show moves quickly, because the idea is that they need to wrestle more. That's how you get in wrestling shape, is you wrestle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they look like they're in shape. They look, on the video, you can see these girls throwing the other girls over. I mean, there's one girl, I don't know who she is, but she keeps flipping girls over her side. And I was just like, wow, this is impressive.
Yeah, we have a couple girls that like to throw.
Yeah.
So,
I was like, man, they're not messing around. So good for you, Marcy. And what'd you say? You have over 20 girls this year on the team.
Yeah, we got 23 so far. Holding strong.
Yeah, holding strong for now.
But a good group. They're working hard, and I think that we have a really nice culture this year where they're able to push each other and hold each other accountable, and it's been a lot of fun.
When you said you have a young team, how many seniors do we have?
We've got 1 senior.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. And it's her first year wrestling.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
So you really have no seniors?
Well, no, she's placed at Rapid for us.
Oh, wow.
Danny Grooms, and she's just a really good person, a really great athlete.
Oh, Danny's great, yes.
Yeah, and so she's been able to help tremendously with that culture. She knows what teams look like, what they should act like and feel like, and so she's been an amazing senior for us.
Huh. That's awesome. And yeah, for someone to come in on their first year, but to have that leadership and to know the girls and be an athlete, that's got to be huge.
Right, yeah. And her brother wrestled forever, so she actually knows the sport.
There's my dog trying to get Marcy to throw the ball to him.
Is that what he's doing?
Yes. Rudy. He's annoying. It's right underneath your feet here. Throw it so we can get him out of here. There we go. So, yeah, and I saw Danny in some of the pictures and stuff. I was like, oh, well, that's cool that she's out. But, man, 1 senior, because whenever I covered football Don Julian used to always say the team goes as how many seniors you have.
Right. Right. But honestly, it was a good opportunity for us to kind of revamp the program and kind of instill a different culture this year. And our logo this year is to be true. So trustworthy, responsible, united, and eager is what the girls kind of came up with. And I think Danny instills all of that too. So she's able to really bring that to the forefront every day with the girls. I mean, a first-year wrestler worked her butt off at every practice and took 4th in rapid. Rapid's super tough.
Yeah.
And she wrestled just with fundamentals and what she knew and was able to place there. It shows the girls that you don't have to wrestle for 5, 6, 7 years. You can be a first-year wrestler that knows how to work, and results will come.
That's awesome. But it's also cool to have a young squad, because now you can grow with these young ladies.
Right.
And you kind of get more enthusiasm with the team because you got a young squad.
I'm really enjoying it. You know, some of the girls that are coming up as freshmen this year had wrestled at the junior high already, so they have some experience. But I think that they're being young is not bad to me. I mean, that means we've got 4 years with this group of girls. There was 13 girls at the junior high this year that all wrestled really strong and looked great. And so I think we're just building that culture from the bottom up, which I like.
Yeah. Because how many weight classes are there?
There's 14.
14. So you got 23 girls. So you almost, So that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good problem to have. I'm watching videos, and there's 2 refs on the mat. When did this start?
Well, they'll do that at like state and things. Maybe some of the videos that you watched, they were kind of training a ref.
Okay.
Which is another thing that Wyoming needs more refs because we have more wrestlers now.
That's
right?
true.
So the ref that was being trained was a female ref, and she wrestled, I think, 1 or 2 years for Thunder Basin. But that's also an area that's growing now, is getting more girls in coaching positions, more girls in referee positions. And I think that that's important for the young girls and young boys to see too, is that more female officials.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Who is it? You? Is it Mark? Who's the San Francisco 49er fan?
Well, we both are, but I think it was mostly started with Mark, actually.
Okay.
Which you would think it would be me from California.
Well, yeah.
But no, Mark's been a 49ers fan since he was a kid.
Huh. Crazy. And then you've got 2 little girls. I see pictures of them. They're in their singlets. I mean, they're ready to start. How are they embracing all of this?
Yeah, they're great. Jordan is 11 and Taylon's 9, and they come to morning practice with us every morning. Taylon throws on her shoes and does her push-ups and pull-ups and sprints, and Jordan puts her nose in a book.
Crazy. Well, that's awesome. So they're ready to rock.
Yeah, it's pretty fun in the morning. We'll have my assistant coach, Mark Lane, and then my other assistant coach is Jory Wassenberger, and he brings his kids in the morning. And so it's girls wrestling / kids pull-up challenge.
So Mark's an assistant?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Yep.
Huh. Crazy. So you're what, a first grade teacher?
Yeah, first grade at Highland Park.
At Highland Park. Is that, because I mean, it's always good when you're in the building, when you're a coach.
Right.
Does that help or hurt or not affect? How does that?
I know it would definitely be better to be in the high school for sure. This year I was able to work during the summer with the girls. So they did a girls weightlifting program all summer.
Okay.
And that helped a lot to meet a lot of the other athletes that are around the high school. I know a lot of the girls in the high school, like my first year I taught here, those girls are sophomores now. So if they were Highland Park kids, I would know them, and have a connection with them. But Yeah, it's great to be at Highland. I love Highland. It would benefit more to be at the high school, but we make it work.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to build a program.
Right.
But, I mean, and how big is it to be a lady, to be the ladies' coach? I mean, do the other teams around the state, or is it female coaches? Is it guys? What is it?
There's a combination of both.
Yeah.
I would say still the majority is men coaches for the girls, but I think as girls come up and go off and wrestle in college and then come back and want to learn more about coaching, there'll be more girls that will come back into Wyoming. I think when you go to other states that are more established, there's more female coaches.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that a coach is a coach if they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's great. I don't think it matters. There's boy coaches or males that coach female basketball and all other venues. So it's just whoever is willing to be in that position.
Yeah. I think it had to be huge, though, for you. I mean, with your background, they got to just be like, she's the one. I mean, I don't know if anyone could be a better coach for the Sharon Lady Bronx than you, Marcy. I mean, it's just, it's insane. How much of an honor was it when you got inducted into the California Wrestling Hall of Fame?
It's a big honor. I think wasn't too many females too at the time. There's still more and more coming, but I think I appreciate that. It feels really special to be considered for something like that.
Yeah. Well, and my wife, she works with you at Highland. She said your rim of the world high school or something like looks over. She said this was a crazy, it's an awesome high school that you went to.
Right. So it's like
9
we're only an
a.m.
hour and a half from LA, but we're on top of the San Bernardino Mountains. And so I consider it a small community. My husband's like, it's not small, but it's the same size as Sheridan. But it was nice to grow up there, up in the mountains. We've got ski resorts and lakes, and it's a pretty special place to be from.
Well, we'll see if we can keep Marcy here for a couple more minutes. We hit the top of the hour. We just been chatting. We didn't even realize it.
It's time to need in the world.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Tuesday announced her intention to run for the U.S. Senate. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman says her choice to run for one of the state's 2 U.S. Senate seats sprang from calculations about doing the most good for Wyoming.
Scuttlebutt surrounding her office from late January till now was she's viable for governor. We saw polls to that end. We've heard speculation from that end. So a lot of people were watching to see if she would do that, if she would take on the at-home trail boss seat. So it actually surprised a lot of people Tuesday morning when she was like, I'm running for the Senate. But when I asked her about it, she said, look, a lot of the bad that's plagued Wyoming over the last couple decades has come out of Washington, D.C.
In her media release, Hageman pointed to her 2 terms in the House, her service on the House Judiciary and Natural Resources Committees, her prior career as an attorney, and her experience with the Clean Air Act and Clean Water Act, and putting Wyoming first. Sticking with politics as we enter 2026 and the midterm elections, Wyoming Education Chief Megan Degenfelder on Tuesday said she is strongly considering a run for governor, while other political figures are thinking about higher office as well. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that while Degenfelder hasn't committed, there are candidates who are campaigning to be the next governor of Wyoming.
It could be a toe in the water to see what kind of backing, what kind of support, what kind of constituent feedback you can get with a maneuver like that. Often when we see someone say that, it ends with a run of some kind. Senator Eric Barlow declared earlier this year and has been consistently campaigning and has raised $500,000. And then Brent Bien, who's beloved in multiple corners of the state. And then from there, it gets a little more interpretive. Reed Reisner had set up a governor's finance account for that office, but has not declared a run for that office.
With 5 statewide elected seats up for election in 2026, as well as 2 congressional seats, with both incumbents departing, Wyoming is in for a shakeup this coming election season. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Have you met your health insurance deductible for the year? Give yourself the gift of peace of mind by getting your health screenings in before 2025 comes to a close. You have a choice for your imaging, and with efficient pre-authorization assistance, extended MRI hours, convenient scheduling, and patient-focused care, Casper Medical Imaging and outpatient radiology is the clear choice. Schedule your X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, DEXA, or mammogram today at CasperMedicalImaging.net.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 2 Cheyenne teens facing attempted first-degree murder charges in a failed plot discussed their plans in a profanity-laced audio recording, police say. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that according to court documents, one suspect is recorded saying, "I'ma kill him."
3 people in a Subaru went to this house. 2 were teens, 2 were 16 and 17-year-olds, and 1 was an 18-year-old. The youngest of the suspects got out of the car. One of them shot into a Kia that was parked, and then they took off.
The 2 teens haven't been identified because they are juveniles, but a third suspect, who isn't heard in the recording, is an 18-year-old named Michael DeHara of Cheyenne. DeHara has been charged with the lesser crime of possession of a weapon with the intent to commit a felony. Wyoming oil and gas operators are cheering a Bureau of Land Management announcement to delay a Biden-era 1,400% hike on bonding costs. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the huge increase threatens to shutter small oil and gas producers across the state.
When an oil and gas producer goes out and drills a well on public land, they've got to put up a bond that basically protects the public from getting stuck with some cleanup bill down the road. There's long been a back and forth about how much that bond should be. Under the Biden administration, they really drastically increased it. And from their point of view, the increase was necessary because there were these big cleanup bills for abandoned or orphaned oil production. Trump administration came in and really listened to the oil and gas producers who said, look, this is just overly burdensome.
The direct final rule delays enforcement of Biden-era regulations that would have increased bonding costs by over 1,000%, while the Trump administration works toward permanent solutions. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Camera keeps flipping out on me. That's a good question. And it won't let me change it again. Whatever. It's Cowboy State Daily with Jake. It's actually Jeff hanging out with you here in Sheridan, Wyoming. We've got Marcy still hanging out with us. She's chatting with my wife right now. She's like, why are you still keeping her here? We'll see what she's doing for Christmas. Yes, the Sheridan Lady Bronx wrestling coach, Marcy Lane. What are you doing for Christmas? You're heading up the mountain?
Well, we'll be here tomorrow, and then, we'll go up the mountain the day after.
You guys have a cabin up on Hazelton.
Yep.
And my wife just said you guys built it with your bare hands.
We sure did.
Is this a log cabin? What is this?
No, it's not a log. It's just got 10 on the outside and drywall on the inside.
Oh, okay. Is there room? How big is it?
It's like pretty small, 20 by 20, 24, I think. And then we built another cabin, a trapper's cabin, we call it. It's like a 1-bedroom cabin. And then we built another cabin for our girls, so they have their own cabin.
Oh, geez.
We call that one the tree house. We've got 2 outhouses now.
Wow. Yeah. So there's like 3 cabins on the property now.
Yeah, one regular cabin, one little tiny cabin, and then the tree house, we call it. The tree house is pretty bare bone, though.
Huh.
But they did sleep in it last summer. We were making bets that they wouldn't make it through the night, but they did.
Interesting. So next meet you guys have what? You're heading to Bozeman?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, you said Rapid City's hard. This can't be any easier.
Right. So South Dakota and Montana are about 4 years ahead of us. They started girls wrestling 4 years before we did. So we like to go to those places just because we get really good competition, and it shows the girls what level they need to be at and where they need to be working toward.
Yeah, and then you're not back at home until what, January 15th? You guys have a duel with Natrona.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So, and then how long, what do we got until February 26th?
Yeah, for our state tournament.
Is state, so a couple more months to go.
Right.
Here.
The season's it's only 13 weeks long, and we've already done 4 of the 13.
So 9 weeks to go. Who, if people come to watch you, who should we look out for? Who we think's going to make some waves this year for the team?
It's kind of early to say, you know. We have our predictions, but we need more time. But our 3 placers in Rapid were Danny Grooms, Kaylin Bates, and Shay O'Brien were the 3 girls that placed there.
Okay. And they were in the top 4.
Yeah, and Shay, no, they were in the top. Shay took 7th.
Okay.
Shay was our state placer last year, our returning state placer.
Wow, so is she a sophomore, junior?
She's a sophomore.
Sophomore. Man, yeah. If you just missed it, Marcy said she's got a young team. She's got 1 senior on the squad out of 23 girls. Wow. Well, in case the girls are listening, your girls at home, we don't want to say, but how's Christmas shaping up? Are they excited?
My own children?
Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, they said today is the longest day of the year, is what we heard this morning.
Yes, it is. And tonight will be the longest night as they're waiting.
And I told them, don't worry, we'll fill it up with cleaning, so you'll be fine.
Fill it up with cleaning. Any traditions in the Lane household for Christmas?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the elf's still around, and they get to open a present tonight. Some advent calendars are happening. You know, all the things. Too many things.
Too many things, yes. So we'll let Marcy get out of here and get on with her Christmas celebrations. Well, thank you so much, Marcy, for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Thanks for talking about those Lady Broncs.
Yes, the Sharon Lady Broncs. Go check them out. The wrestling team, they won't be back in town until January 15th, but they'll be heading to Bozeman on January 2nd. And best of luck, and have a great year.
Yes, thank you. You too. Merry Christmas.
Marcy Van Dusen. Marcy Lane. There she is. Out of the great state of California. That's her. But yes, give us a call. What do you think? 307-620-8866. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll try and get our camera. Doesn't want to work here. And then it shows us the properties, and then it doesn't show us the properties. Whatever. But, yeah, big thanks to Marcy. We're going to have Dave Hubner from the 2 Tracks coming on here in about 15 minutes or so. But if you'd like to call into the show, give me a call, 307-620-8866. We're going to have an interview on Friday with the guys from Castor Valor. I can't ever get their name right because I always want to say Valor, but it's not. It's VOLOR. They're a band out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. But during their interview, they talk about beer koozies. And they say, is a beer koozie made to keep your beer cold or to keep your hand warm? That's the question. What do you think? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. I was going to look it up and see what Google says here. Beer koozie to keep beer cold or hand warm. Doesn't say. Yes, a beer koozie is designed to do both. Keep your beer cold by insulating it from your warm hand and to keep your hand warm by insulating it from the cold can, preventing sweat and condensation. Okay. There we go. Guess we got the answer. It does both. I always thought it was to keep your beer cold. But then when they were talking, one of them said it was to keep your beer cold. The other one said it was to keep your hand warm. So I was like, whatever, guys. I did, during Christmas season, during Black Friday, I always end up buying stuff for myself. Never fear. I always end up buying stuff for myself. And on Black Friday this year, during Record Store Release Day, this was one of the items that came out. It's Big Head Todd the Monsters' album, Sister Sweetly. It's their second album, came out in 1993. Their biggest album to date, probably their most popular album, has their song Bittersweet on it. Their one hit. Big Head Todd the Monsters, if you don't know who they are, they're a band out of Boulder, Colorado. They've been around for 40 years or more. But I picked up this bad boy on Black Friday. I didn't even know it was coming out, and then I follow Big Head Todd on Facebook. I'm in the Big Head Todd the Monsters group. I've seen Big Head Todd, I don't know how many times, probably over 10 times at least. I've seen him at Red Rocks 8 to 10 times. But I went to the Red Rocks show when this was like the 30th anniversary. Must have been 2013. Had to have been 2013, 2014, when they played this thing front to back. But I picked up this vinyl during Record Store Day. It's got an insert. It's got the lyrics. But an incredible album. There was only supposed to be 3,000 of these made, and I got myself one. It cost me like $50, but it was worth it. But Big Head Todd and the Monsters, I will tell you something else about Big Head Todd and the Monsters on Friday. Little teaser so you can watch the Friday show. Tomorrow, we're going to have a best of Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And then on Friday, I will be back filling in for Jake. Jake will be back on Monday. So we'll be back on Friday with the show. We've got some guests, some reporters coming on. You don't want to miss that. We'll have our after Christmas recap on what we got for Christmas, what we gave away for Christmas, and I'll have another thing about Big Head Todd and the Monsters coming up on Friday. But, yeah. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. If you're out there listening, let's check our YouTube chat room. We keep forgetting about checking that. Let's see. Mary thanks Give-O-Ween, somebody said. Good morning, Cowboy State Daily from Gillette, Wyoming. Wishing everyone a safe and Merry Christmas Eve. That was Jess from Gillette. Let's see if we have anybody else. No. It's a brisk 35 degrees up here in Powell, Wyoming. It's over 35 degrees, I think, here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Let's check our weather here. 39 degrees right now in Sheridan. high of 49. It's me and Chunk hanging out in the studio. My wife just shut my door. But, yeah. So I guess we got the beer koozie figured out. Did you see the story? We were going to have him on, Andrew Rossi, on the show. Yellowstone's unpredictable black diamond pool erupts twice in 2 days in the last, week. Not good. One of the most closely monitored geothermal features in Yellowstone has proved unpredictable with last Friday's blow-up. Mike Poland, scientist in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, says, I wouldn't say it's predictable at all. In fact, I think what we're seeing from this is that it's decidedly unpredictable. Yeah, Black Diamond isn't opening anytime soon for you Yellowstone fans. It keeps blowing up. Eruptions on December 18th and the 20th are the most dramatic. And yeah, this is on par, they said, with what the pool did in the mid-2000s to mid-2010s when it had a couple of dozen eruptions per year. There's clearly a lot of things happening in the plumbing system, but that's not particularly unexpected. Well, that's good news. So Yellowstone's not going to blow anytime soon. Hopefully not. How mad is Netflix? In the last couple of weeks, Netflix pays all this money to get NFL games tomorrow. They have Dallas at Washington at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on Netflix. That game's meaningless. Cowboys are done. Commanders have been done a long time ago. Cowboys are favored by 6.5. And then they have Detroit at Minnesota, which, at the beginning of the season, you were like, that's going to be a huge game coming up on Christmas. That game means nothing. Minnesota's out of it. I think the Lions still might have a chance to make the playoffs, even after they lost to the Steelers on Sunday, which I thought, I'm a Steeler fan. Steelers at Detroit, I was like, there's no way the Steelers are going to win this thing, and they did. But Netflix just has to be shaking their head going, oh, we had a couple incredible games 6 months ago, and now we have 2 meaningless games. And then the nightcap, another meaningless game on Amazon Prime, the Broncos at Kansas City. That's at 6:15 tomorrow night. The Broncos are favored by 12.5. 12.5. When was the last time the Chiefs were a 10-point underdog? That's insanity. Let's see if that's still the case today. 12.5 points. Now my computer doesn't want to work. But, man. Okay, now we're there. Let's go to the scores on ESPN.com. Cowboys are now favored by 7. The Lions are favored by 7.5, and now the Broncos are favored by 13.5. The line continues to go up. The over-under for the Chiefs Broncos is 36.5. That is very low. Wow. Yeah, the Lions are 8-7. Are they still in it? I don't know if they still have a chance or not. 9:22. We'll take a break. We got Dave Huebner from the 2 Tracks coming up here at the bottom of the hour. They just got done recording their 5th studio album in Nashville. They got a big concert coming up in January. We'll talk about that and much, much more coming up with Dave here at the bottom of the hour. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Cowboy State Daily with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Also YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. Everywhere. We are streaming everywhere. Give me a call, 307-620-8866.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit. Shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
$9:26 on your Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. My name's Jeff, hanging out for Jake this morning. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. My camera doesn't want to work again. I don't understand why it lets me change everything except that. OBS, our system we use, is just weird. It's just weird. And then I turn off my camera and everything goes to black. Leave my phone number up here. 307-620-8866. I will be back on Friday. Tomorrow morning, you're going to get a best of show. And then I will be back on Friday, and I think Jake's going to be back coming up on Monday. I will be doing Saturdays coming up here at the start of the year. Let's see if anyone's in the YouTube room. No? We have 20 people listening right now. If you want to give me a call and be on the air, 307-620-8866 before Dave Hubner from the Two Tracks jumps in here. Let's see. Talked about my dryer. Gave you an update on that. It's Christmas Eve. Let's see. We had Mac on earlier. See what I haven't touched on yet. I've only got like 27 pages of notes here. Oh, yeah, the coach from Indiana. Let me see if I can pull this up. Where's my stuff here? This was a very cool clip that I got. Let's see if you can hear this.
I'm more into production than potential. I'm a little old-fashioned. I'll look at the high school transcript and see how many absences a guy has. You know, we want good students that have strong habits, right? Because it's all about choices and decisions. You know, in life you got freedom of choice, but not freedom of consequence. You know, first you form your habits, and your habits form you. Now look, a lot of these guys are 17 years old, and our job is to mold them, make them the best person, student, and student athlete they can be during their time at Indiana University so they can be successful in life.
What a coach. What is it? Curt Cignetti, the coach from Indiana. He was on Nick Saban's staff back in like 2009 and 2012, back when Alabama was just making those runs where they were unstoppable. So he learned from the best. But man, what has this guy done in Indiana? What a run. Undefeated this year? I mean, who would have thought after last year? I mean, they had a good run last year, but then what, they lose in the playoff, or I think they lost in the Big Ten championship and didn't make it to the playoff last year. But now, top-rated team in the country. It's just incredible what this guy has done. Can we get a coach like that at Wyoming? We got a new offensive coordinator that came from the Bills. He wasn't even like an offensive coordinator at the Bills, or wasn't even on the offense. I don't know. But at least he's watched Josh Allen. Just sling the ball around. When it's 3rd and 8, don't run it up the gut, please. Please. I saw this article last night on Ben Simmons, the former NBA star who's just been a huge bust. He is now a professional fisherman instead of going back to the NBA. It was just crazy. They said that he had a contract for $177 million, but got out of that. Joe Rogan rips Clinton's claim someone's being protected after Epstein files drop. Yeah, just see all these photos that they released. It's just all Bill Clinton hanging out in the pool with some unidentified lady, hanging out in the hot tub, hanging out, having all kinds of dinners with Epstein. But boy, we're just waiting for that photo of Trump. Can't wait. Andy Reid said he's not going anywhere. He's staying with the Chiefs. Now the big question is, what's Travis Kelce going to do? Is this the last couple games of Travis Kelce's career? Can Kelce go out with Patrick Mahomes on the shelf? I mean, are we never going to see Patrick Mahomes throw another touchdown pass to Travis Kelce? That would be pretty crazy. That's not a good headline. Travis Kelce reveals Taylor Swift's favorite gift he's ever given her. Pope Leo, very disappointed after his home state of Illinois approves assisted suicide law. That's not good. Chaotic sideline brawl breaks out in final moments of college bowl game. That was like was that the Pop-Tart Bowl, or Bush's Boca Raton Bowl descended into chaos last night. Okay. Inside the Osborne family's holiday plans as they celebrate their first Christmas without Ozzy. That's too bad. I wonder if I had, let me see if I can pull it up. I was trying to look the other day to see how many times I've seen Ozzy. Have you seen Ozzy Osbourne live? I've been to a few Ozfests, seen him in Billings, saw him in Denver. Where else have I seen Ozzy? Quite a few places. But, yeah, rough, all the people we lost. Maybe we'll talk about that on Friday. How many people we've lost this year. The famous people. Rob Reiner. Who else passed away this year? Somebody big a couple months ago. But, yeah, maybe we'll run through that. Yeah. NFL's Christmas Day slate is turning into a $150 million quarterback mess. Just what I was talking about 10 minutes ago. How these streaming services thought the 3 high-level NFL games were going to be filling up people's stockings. But instead, they ended up with a complete nightmare. I mean, yeah, the Broncos have their coach or their quarterback, but the Cowboys do. The Commanders don't. That's the first game. The Lions do. The Vikings don't. The Broncos do. The Chiefs don't. So every other team, 3 of the 6 teams playing tomorrow on Christmas Day do not have their quarterback. Not good. Not good for Netflix and not good for Amazon Prime. Ugh. That's what I said. Just unreal. Let's see what other headlines are going on this morning. Yeah, I watched some NBA last night. The Knicks fell to the Timberwolves. Let's see what else we've got here. Tyler Hubbard reveals why Florida-Georgia line split after 12 years. I didn't know that. They broke up. The truth behind Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez's latest reunion. Did you see that show? I saw a preview of some show coming, was it on Prime or one of the streaming services with Ben Affleck? I was like, this guy will do anything. Nicole Kidman returns to her roots with curly hair during a visit home to Australia. Nicole Kidman, the ageless wonder. Could this return to her effortlessly curly roots be an indication of her single lady style in 2026? She still looks incredible. Wisconsin Lake Geneva. My wife just texted me. I don't know what that's about. What? Will Arnett claps back at hilarious rumors about his dynamic with ex-wife Amy Poehler. Okay. Chevy Chase reveals he was hurt by SNL 50th anniversary exclusion. Maybe because nobody likes you anymore, Chevy. Or you've turned into a grump. Madonna asks naughty or nice in Christmas lingerie shoot with daughters and boyfriend. The pop icon posed in corsets and lace alongside her twins, who are 13 years old, and her boyfriend's 29. Are you kidding me? How old is Madonna? She's 67, and her boyfriend's 29. Well, what's Cher? Like 79, and her boyfriend's 30-something? Oh, Ozfest. That's what she was talking to me about. Yes, it was Alpine Village in Wisconsin. I think it's what the amphitheater is called, where I saw Ozfest back in the day. The Madonna shoot featured multiple costume changes that would make Mrs. Claus blush. In one get-up, Madonna paired what Katie Did's pale pink satin glamour corset It's cost $235 with fishnets, thigh-high stockings, and opera-length champagne satin gloves. She also wore some earrings that are like $2,800 with a snowflake pendant choker. I didn't know she had 2 daughters that were like 13 years old. Who'd she have those with? Hard telling. But, yeah. Dave's running behind. He was getting his oil changed. So he's going to be coming on probably after the break here. We might take the break a little bit early so we can spend some time with Dave before we have to go at the top of the hour. I don't see him in the Zoom room just quite yet. You can always give me a call, 307-620-8866. Oh, we were going to call Scott Schneider this morning. Might have to call him on Friday. Big Head Todd just emailed me. Maybe they heard me talking about him earlier in the show. Here comes my dog to try and enter back into the studio. My cat's still in here. Let's see. Chunk's still in here. Where'd Rudy go? Rudy, where you at? Maybe he left again. But yeah, my cat's been hanging out with me most of the morning. And you. 620-8866. Man, it just, my window is open. There's not a flake of snow on the ground. It just doesn't even seem like Christmas, does it? It's so crazy. I have to go to Walmart later today. I'm just dreading it. Even when Marcy was in here, her and my wife were talking about going to Walmart. She's like, don't do it. Don't do it. She went to Albertsons yesterday. She was like, I was wondering why. I was just kicking myself going, why am I in here? Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do today is go to Walmart or the grocery store. But I have a few last minute items to get, and then I can wrap up, all of my Christmas shopping and be done with it. It's always Christmas Eve. You're always like, did I get everything done? Do I have everything ready to go? Here's my other cat, Sunny. She's coming in to check it out. The cats love it when my window's open. They can look out and dream. My cats are indoor cats only. So anytime the window's open, they're dreaming of eating birds and running around the yard. We'll be right back in just a minute, and hopefully Dave from the 2 Tracks will be joining us very soon.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
.44 on your Wednesday, December 24th. Jeff hanging out with you here in Sheridan, Wyoming, filling in for Jake. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, which my camera still doesn't want to work, but hey, we've got one camera. That's all we need. This is pretty much an audio program, but we love it when you watch. We're streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, cowboystatedaily.com. Well, we have no nasty weather here, but the Northeast is about ready to get hit with the second round of nasty weather following Christmas. Yeah, not good. More rounds of rain and snow are expected to smash the northeastern U.S. this week, which could impact travelers on the move for the holidays. A large ridge of high pressure will settle over the central U.S., positioning the jet stream in a pattern similar to what we saw a few weeks ago. This creates the potential for more clippers just in time for the holidays. So the first round arrived Monday evening, continued on to yesterday. An area of low pressure moved out of southern Canada and gradually intensified over the Great Lakes, according to Fox Forecast Center. The National Weather Service issued a winter weather advisory. Up to 2 inches of snow expected in areas in Westchester County, New York, Connecticut, and other parts of the Northeast. So I wonder how things are going. We might talk to somebody in New York on Friday. We'll see. See who shows up. You never know. Around these Christmas times, what people got going on, what's happening. We're waiting for Dave Huebner to show up. He's going to give us an update on what's going on with the 2 Tracks. They're a band out of Sheridan, Wyoming that just returned back from Nashville, where they recorded their 5th studio album. Chunk's on the move here in the studio, trying to not let him jump on my mixer or turn anything on. Okay, get out of the way here, Kat. You're messing stuff up. Beloved Seinfeld and Friends actor dead at the age of 60. Pat Finn. Dead at 60 after a cancer battle. He starred in The Middle, Friends, Seinfeld, and more hit TV programs. Has died after a cancer battle. He was 60. He passed away Monday at 10:30 p.m., a rep for the Star confirmed to the Post. It is with profound sadness and grief that the Finn family announced the passing of the beloved comedic actor Pat Finn. He had bladder cancer, went into remission, but the cancer returned. Ugh, that's too bad. Yeah, he was in the Middle's 200th episode celebration back in October of 2017. I just heard a ding. I think that's Dave from the 2 Tracks. Let's head to the Zoom room and see if Dave is in there. There he is. Let's head to the Zoom room. The one and only Dave Huebner. Dave, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jeff. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, you're fine. He's even in his car. He just got his oil changed. So,
got to multitask, you know.
Yeah, that's good. Well, you just got back from an amazing week in Nashville. You're hanging out with Will and Sean again. How long were we there? Like a week, couple days, what?
So we got there the Saturday evening before, and then we recorded Monday through Friday and flew home on the Saturday after. So we got 12 songs done in 5 days.
Wow. So I imagine when you get to Nashville, most of the songs are done, right?
Yeah, we prepare. Yeah, we spent the last month and a half really just rehearsing 2-3 times a week with a metronome, and then working out the lyrics and arrangements, and then the last like 2 weeks or so really hitting it hard almost every day, just running through them, just making sure that we could actually roll in there and play the song within a couple takes.
Yeah, because I know Will has a lot of influence on some of these songs, and they might change a little bit once you record them in the studio.
Yeah, I mean, having him there, it's like always great because you've got another set of ears. You've got another person to like, hey, is that lyric weird or is that lyric okay? And then of course he'll add, if he hears room for it, he'll add a little layer of acoustic guitar or electric guitar or mandolin or banjo or something,
Yeah, Will Kimbrough, I think he's a Grammy winner, or
he's been nominated as a producer multiple times for Shamika Copeland's blues records, most recently, but he's known because he was in Todd Snyder's band for years. He produced a Rodney Crowell record. He produced Todd Snyder's East Nashville Skyline. And then, of course, he's Emmylou's guitarist and harmony vocalist. So there's that, too.
Yeah.
And he wrote songs with Jimmy Buffett, and he plays in the Coral Reefers band right now. And so he's all over the place. Yeah.
Typical musician. He's got 27 fires going on at the same time. What was this how many albums have we done with these guys? 3, 4?
This is our 4th time working with them. Yeah. Same two. Sean Sullivan, the engineer, and Will Kimbrough, the producer.
Yeah, so we're quite comfortable. We know each other very well by this time.
Yeah, we've got our jokes, and our very easy to record with them and hang out. It works out well.
How is this album compared to the last couple? Because it's always a little, everything changes a little bit. What are we going to expect on this one, Dave?
Well, I think it's our best yet. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of new favorite songs for folks that already like our music. I think there's a lot of tunes on here that are just going to really resonate. We kind of revisited a couple old tunes of mine that I've really enjoyed and never had the chance to properly record, and then also just wanted to change them up, give them a new breath of life, and then we've got quite a few brand new tunes, of course, from Julie and me, and they're all nothing radically different, but we do have like a country rocker on there, which we haven't had like too many of those over the years, and I did start playing with a B-Bender Telecaster on a couple songs for this album. So there's a little hint of that country guitar sound on a couple of our tracks, which, that's kind of a new thing. So,
Interesting. Yeah, I was just rummaging through my stack of vinyl here. Here's the last one.
Yeah.
It's a Complicated Life from the 2 tracks. Are we going to see vinyl on the new one?
Oh, yeah. Vinyl and CDs. People are even doing cassette tapes again. I don't know.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like, where are they getting a player to play this thing?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's the big thing. But, man. Well, and then mark it on your calendar, because this is interesting. You got a show coming up January 30th at Sheridan College's Whitney Center for the Arts. This is a dinner and then a show. What's going on here?
Yeah, so it's a unique thing. They do them like once or twice a season at the college, and last year they did one with Sarah Sample. So they try to kind of, if they bring in an Americana band to play on the season, then they'll usually try to do a dinner beforehand. And so there's a dinner. It's a limited number of tickets, and they're probably half gone already for the dinner part. You can get dinner and drinks in the atrium before the show, and then the show starts at 7, and then we play. There's actually going to be a Sheridan College student based opening band too, which I just kind of saw a clip of on Instagram, and they sound really cool. So there'll be a little opening band, and then we'll play, and we're gonna mix in a bunch of the new stuff, of course, but then play all our old favorites as well. So
yeah, so you can get a first glimpse, a first listen to the new stuff. Because when are we releasing this? Probably not till summer.
Yeah, probably the new album will probably come out in May or late May or something like that. Because it takes a little bit. We haven't gotten to the final mixing stages yet. We've got a friend of ours, Michael Webb, who's an awesome keyboard player in the band Poco. He's going to lay down some keyboards on a couple tracks, and then we'll send it off to Trina Shoemaker to mix it. So we're working with her again. And it all takes time. And then we got to do a Kickstarter,
Oh, okay. I was going to ask that. Stuff. I was like, there was no Kickstarter this time.
Yeah.
It's coming.
No, it's coming. We just sort of paid ahead for the tracking, and then we got to do the Kickstarter stuff and raise the actual funds for this thing.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
No.
To go to Nashville and record an album for a week, that's for sure. But, on your Facebook page, if you go follow on Facebook, we don't make crap from streaming, but you have to like that. What is this? 209% listener gain, 180% increase in streams. That's got to at least make you feel good.
Yeah, it was interesting. We had been just slowly, bubbling along on the streaming front, and then this summer, I think we enrolled in that new Spotify thing where they pay you even less, but they put you in discovery mode, you know, and but that hadn't really, that had increased the streams a little bit, but it wasn't like crazy. But then we had a California trip with just a couple shows, but one of them was in Southern California, and I don't know if it was kind of the promotion we did to that broader, sort of population base or something that sort of kicked the algorithm into gear. But basically, going into that trip, and then ever since, it, our listeners, our monthly listeners, was like 3 times as much.
Yeah, it's weird. There's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, it's all like an algorithmic playlists and stuff, but it just. But people are finding the music, so it is good.
That's all you want. That's funny.
Yeah.
We'll pay you less, but we'll get you out there.
Yeah,
we'll get you more fans.
I was like, you're not paying us anything anyway, so it's fine.
Might as well take the chance. But boy, Dave, you're a big skier. We got to be depressed right now because there's no snow anywhere.
Yeah, there is snow on the mountain, Jeff. There is snow on the mountain. Antelope Butte's open, Meadowlark's open. I haven't skied at the resorts yet, but we did cross-country ski, and it was good up at Cutler. And there's just enough. It's just enough. But we are about to head. Fix. Yeah, we're about to head down to Baja, so I've got surfing on the brain a little bit more right now. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, that was my next question. When's the Baja trip?
It starts in a few days. It starts after Christmas. We'll head down there and be down there for about 10 days.
Yeah, Dave does his annual retreat down to Baja. It's your yearly cleanse.
Yeah, exactly. We actually have one of Julie's new songs references the Mexico trips. So might be one of the singles. We'll see.
Huh. A little teaser to watch for. And this show to tell people on January 30th, it's dinner and a show, but you can just go to the show, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to do the
bulk
dinner
of the
too.
tickets. Yeah, the bulk of the tickets are just for the concert. I think they're going to do 70 or 75 dinner tickets or something, I think is their kind of max capacity. So those will probably sell out in the next week or so, I hope, and then fill up the hall. Let's sell some tickets.
Exactly. So if
we've never gotten to play a full show in the Whitney Center, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, the sound's amazing. It's going to be awesome. Go check them out. January 30th. You can go to their Facebook page. There's more there. There's also at Sheridan College, Arts at Sheridan College. It's everywhere. Go get tickets for the dinner and the show, or just the show to see the 2 tracks coming up on January 30th. How's Fred doing? Is he healed up? Everything's going great?
He's doing good. He still has some soreness maybe related to it, but he's all healed up, and he was rocking it on the record. We've got some one tune that's got some cool beats where he layered in some timbales and some congas and even a little cowbell, Jeff.
Nice.
There's gonna be a little bit of cowbell on this record, so
you never have enough cowbell. I'm looking right now. Tickets are almost sold out. So yes, if you want to go to their show, go and get your tickets right now. Whitney Center for the Arts .thundertix.com. Go and get them right now because it looks like a balcony and a couple tickets down in the main area, and that's it to see the 2 tracks. Well, Dave, Merry Christmas. Thanks so much for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
And we'll see you January 30th.
All right, sounds good, man.
There he is, Dave Huebner from the 2 tracks. Their new album also coming out this summer. Well, that is going to do it for us. Thanks so much for listening. I'll see you back here on Friday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cheyenne's historic 1892 pump house is getting a reprieve from the wrecking ball. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Cheyenne City Council is replacing a resolution that set a deadline for its demolition with one that calls for restoring it to use again.
At that time, baths were not common. Water that flowed into your house was a new idea. For Cheyenne, this little upstart town, that was truly magic. And it's part of why Cheyenne earned that nickname, Magic City of the Plains, because they were doing things in Cheyenne that were practically unheard of in the West. And the pump house was all part of that magic.
Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins tells Cowboy State Daily that the pump house has the same architecture components as the Capitol and the historic train depot. Black Diamond Pool in Yellowstone National Park has been active since its massive hydrothermal explosion in July of 2024. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports